This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data... This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
bears no legal responsibility.
But the data... This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valves closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codenamed N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Stun hit! Cold. I can go colder.
Received an emergency transmission from Hadawi, a Havoc nuclear engineer. Patching through.
This is AC-3 facility. Reactor 2 has been sabotaged. Havoc internal forces can't handle this threat anymore. You're all I've got left.
We're running blind on intel for the AO. But this region is at high risk of a nuclear incident. Keep the following in mind. Shoot, loot, then pack the scoop.
The signal is clear. Take action.
It's okay here. Not too cold.
Experiment 66 is projected to conclude in T-minus 3 hours. All units submit safety risk assessments on schedule.
I've got a reading.
No hazmat suits? Raise them!
Let's make it quick.
Enjoy the bomb!
So eager to die. Excellent.
I don't know what's happening, but reactor output is still climbing. And security thinks I'm behind this. They're coming for me. GTI, move it, now!
Key verified. Access granted. Hostile signal detected. Lethal action authorized.
Damn it! Someone take control of this piece of junk!
Entering manual mode. Executing command.
Those bastards in fusion research won't authorize shutdown because of their experiment timeline. I know better than anyone how important this research is. Hold this position. Once I finish calibration, use that console to insert the control rods immediately. Data set. Follow me. I know somewhere the
Warning.
signal can get through.
Steam explosion at reactor 2. Incident level confirmed. INTS scale 5. Estimated contamination radius.
Careful! Don't fall! We're outside the signal blackout zone. Upload the data package to Skynet immediately. Encryption keys in the archive. Just send it!
Critical alert. Reactor power output has critically exceeded safety thresholds. Core meltdown imminent. All personnel evacuate immediately. Priority alert. Hydrogen explosion at reactor 2. Incident level confirmed. INTS scale 7. Major accident. All personnel evacuate beyond contamination zone immediately. Estimated spread radius 3.7 kilometers. Correction, 9.2 kilometers. Correction, 24.9 kilometers. Correction, 45.3 kilometers. Correction, 79.8 kilometers.
finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data... This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed. You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codenamed N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low-temperature exposure.
Stun hit! Cold. I can go colder.
Good afternoon, morning, or evening, depending where you're watching right now. Welcome back to Delta Force National Championship Season 3 Operations Southeast Asia. Of course, accompanying you today will be me. It's all you, your warfare enjoyer, and of course, my partner in crime today, Zanken. How are you doing, Zanken?
Yes, I'm doing really fine. I'm so excited for this new experience of mine, doing caster for the warfare skin, obviously, and now I have the chance to actually put myself now on the operation scene, especially on the Southeast Asia stage. Olu, how are you doing? But because I've seen you one time, because you have been a caster for this tournament for the Delta Force National Championship Operation season, and I was thinking that I think I can be beside him and be back together as a duo, since we've been casting together for the past tournaments. And for you guys' information, I am not that actually into this operation scene, because I am a newbie. You can say I'm a newbie in this scene, not like our General Olu, who has been an expert on this scene, obviously. So I will be joining Olu, and I will be learning more about this scene with Olu, obviously.
Now, folks, I have to give out a warning right now, because we are actually a warfare enjoyer that recently jumping into operations. So walk with us today, okay? We need to work together to actually figure out what operation it is. And right now, we are having the 12th best team on SEA server to go head-to-head in Delta Force National Championship to secure their way all the way to DFI. And of course, after all the qualifiers that they had in the past couple of weeks, it goes down to only 12 teams that have to fight their way all the way to POC, and of course all the way to DFIW. And right now we're going to see, of course, the pathway that they need to go and secure those tickets to Delta Force Invitational 2026. As we can see, there are 12 slots that the SEA Partnership and SEA Qualifier will be fighting for today. 3 slots from this bracket will go on and secure their way all the way to the POC, while the other 9 slots will have to fight their way against 3 other SEA Open Qualifier teams. And as their last chance, we'll be having a last chance qualifier to accompany those POC slots and try to fight their way all the way to Delta Force Invitational 2026. And this is a really complicated format for the brackets, but they are going to fight for a lot of money, and it is $1,000 in the prize for the first winner from this particular bracket, all the way to of course everybody is going to get their money. I think it's very worth it, especially if you got first, second, and third. It will be, this is what the players want, Zanken. They want the money to be able to sustain their lives here in the fighting for their championship, of course, along with the trophy. But it's good money for them, right?
Yeah, because they have been busting their asses, just to get to this tournament, and making training by training, practices by practices, just to get on the SEA stage. And I think this prize pool can be a mirror to them, and a showcase for the teams that are participating, that the Delta Force is also want to support them by the prize pool itself. And now we're going to the participating team. Of course, we have the RRQ, we have EFOS, we have ONIC, we have EWG, the Eastern Wolf Gangs, we have the Magic Spaceship, M5, the RBN by ROG Community, IDT4, we have the Navi Nation by G2C, LG Community ID, we have Tarung, X Valhalla, we have Flanker, GTS F1, and Executor. And from this lineup, Olu, that you have been watching and also you have been casted, which one is the most dominating team, or is it the skill disparagement is not that wide, just like the Warfare?
I mean, to be honest with you, in operations itself, all the teams have similar skill sets, which means they are right now the 12 best teams that are participating in this group. But Navi and ROG is actually on their respective group. They are actually the top 1 and the top 2 on week 1. This is the week 2. On week 1, they actually fought for placement matches. As you can see right now, Navi is in Group A with RRQ, EWG, RBN, Executor, and GTS, while ROG as the top 2 on the placement week last week has Flanker, M5, Onyx, EVOS, and Tarung Valhalla as their group villains right now. So I think Navi, who was able to secure 2 Mandel bricks on the placement matches last week, has a really good chance of being the winner again for this Group A. While ROG, of course, we know they have a really good fraggers, and we have seen a lot of storylines happen in the past couple of scrims. I watched some scrims happening. I watched some past tournaments going into Delta Force National Championship Season 3, and I saw a lot of storylines happening, especially on Brakkesh and Space City, where the Mandel bricks are being decoded. You know, the red items have not been the best for any of these teams, so supply points aren't really a huge thing for these both 2 groups. They like to go on all out, so an all-out war. So it is very, very entertaining to actually watch these teams play. Navi and ROG have one of the best fraggers out there. We also have Flanker with Big Z, Onyx with their lineups, RRQ with Doom Doom. You know, there are a lot of good players that are going to participate in this particular last 12 teams. Okay, so I'm just going to say this to you. You came from Warfare, I came from Warfare. When I saw these groups happening, I was like, yeah, this is Warfare, but they are just playing in operations. They're basically going into the lobby, guns blazing, everybody is looking for their kill points, and I think we are going to get a huge treat right now.
I think just a little bit of W less, you know, just less W in this operation, but overall it's just Warfare, you know, just guns blazing, fighting everywhere, but just less W, just, you know, make pragmatical strategies. And talking about the teams, I have seen Delta Force National Championship operations for the Season 1, you know, on the operations, and this tournament I see rising star teams like you have said, which is Navi Nation. And I've seen that they have Stretch there, they have Weezy, and then for the Group B we have the ROG, which one of the most highlighted players I see, Kreko, if I'm not mistaken. You can correct me if I'm wrong, because the highlight of them has reached me as a Warfare player to recognize them. You know, because of their highlight, of the aura and all the highlight, all the montage that they have been posted online, reach out to me as a Warfare player, that making me have more data about these players. And also, as we can see, Flanker with Big Z, Just Juice, and friends, we can see that they also have the same dominating pace as the last season. And I think one of the most highlighted or expected teams to reach the top is Tarung X Valhalla, but I've seen the last placement match they are not doing so well currently, but we can see maybe some changes being made today. And as a part of Valhalla, you know, I always root for my team. Of course, I, you know, hope for the best for them.
Bias here. Hey, it's a bias.
I'm not a bias. I'm just gonna hope for the best. You know, I can root for my team, but it's not gonna be making me too biased on the evaluating or just talking about the teams on the match, but looking about the past tournaments, Tarung Valhalla has been showing great performances, especially in the season 1, but I don't see them too well on this tournament yet, but we're gonna see it on the match, right?
Yep. Some of the new names that are coming up, but we cannot forget about the reigning champions on M5. So they are actually the winners of season 2. And of course, some of the tournament favorites actually is FOS and Onyx and RRQ are actually still in the pool. GTS also coming in with a different team actually from season 2 right now. So we have to see whether or not they could even compete into this crazy bracket. Actually, we want to see more of that Mandelbrick fight. When you watch the tournaments for operations, you don't expect to watch people just 20 minutes doing absolutely nothing. You want to see that Mandelbrick fight. Even if in the echo rounds you're going into Zero Dem or Tight Prison, you also want to see people feuding with each other. Especially if you see RRQ and you see some of the other teams are like ROG. They have a little bit of a spicy things going on in the background. So I want to see them actually go head to head and actually deliver the sensation here. I want to see some plays, some M82 plays. I want to see 1v3 wipes all over the lobby. We have a really aggressive teams coming in, but we also have some strategically well-made teams, such as GTS. Maybe they want to be more passive. They want to go for those how do you call it, those more strategic approach to the fights. They want to get that third parties.
I can see like the GTS playing a little bit more to a pragmatic or conservative team, as you say, play a bit more defensively and take chances when they can do the third parties.
Yep. And absolutely, we have also seen some of these new teams coming in with different metas, especially for Na'Vi. They were probably the first team that actually played Gizmo over in Brakkesh. So we are starting to see the shift coming into the SEA meta, where Brakkesh is now actually full of gizmos, and which is really good because Gizmo is really good when you are decoding in the museum area, but not when you are going to decode, or a team would like to take the fights away from the museum, such as the water storage station or maybe the Asara camp. So we are actually seeing people bringing in new metas with these new teams lineups. So team compositions, I think, is going to be a really great strategy for every team to talk about while they are preparing. So I think you are going to get a treat. We play Warfare, but we don't really know what. We don't usually use utilities. We just go in, guns blazing, find a head, we shoot the head. But here, utilities are keys, Zanken. So we are going to go ahead and ready for our first match over in Zero Dam. We are going to hop in and see whether or not it is going to be a bloodbath, even though it's still an eco round, Zanken.
Yep. All I can see here, they're playing about the budget weapons. If do you play Hot Zone? You play Hot Zone, right?
Yep. I do play Hot Zone actually.
When we play Hot Zone, of course, we start with the budget weapons, not as high as like this kind of weapons, but when I play, my playstyle, if I do have the current budget weapons, I will be more, explosive, a bit more aggressive towards people. And we can see here Beyond and the RRQ Savi and MEA who is spawning through cement plan, whereas the ROG, RBN going into barracks. Of course, Navi, Pizza Boy, Wheezy, and Stretch going through the construction site. Gonna enter the admin, and now we can just see it's gonna be a little bit funny for me, Olu, as we have cast more warfare tournaments, a little bit higher intensities, more guns blazing, but this, you start with people just scouting around with their utilities, as if this Savi with his bird reconning around Simon Plain, fighting or finding some people around that doesn't make anything. Pizza Boy getting his captain
Oh
site, and
no,
once again,
Weezy, what
whoa!
happened? He fell
Oh,
down to Syed. Oh no,
Olu, can
Weezy.
you talk me through this? What just happened, Olu?
Okay, so in the
Wait,
administration
what just happened?
center, you have the boss inside, right? Saed is inside.
Yeah.
Maybe Wheezy was not ready for Saed to actually go up the stairs, and Saed just completely obliterated Wheezy there. Oh my god, Wheezy needs to be a little bit more careful there because he got finished off by Saed actually. Oh no,
He's just
Wheezy.
broken his vest and also the helmet, costing his own repair vest and also the repair helmet. But I was blasted there. How the heck just Wheezy just floating around the stairs getting clacked by the Said. But now after the reset, I mean Wheezy and Pizza, of course, with Stretch just going around on the admin. And I don't know, the pace of this kind of tournaments, the pace of this operation just so low. So what about it, Olu? How is the contact or just the the fighting part of operations can make? What's the trigger?
The trigger would be the sounds. Of course, sounds in this game will be the biggest factor of whether or not you want to start or you want to go and third party the fights that are going on. As people are usually in the eco rounds, they will look for kills, but they want to map out the whole map first. So they want to know whether or not there are people inside of, substation, people inside of admins. Usually the ones that are going to have the first fights are the ones that have the tier 1 spawns here. As we see now, Navi is trying to go ahead and challenge GTS as they are both in the tier 1 spawns. Stretch getting a low a little bit right there, but they just pull out. They just simply pull out. They can't push the bridge that easily. They want to assess the situation first. They don't know. They don't have the information. They don't have the enough exact location about the players of GTS, and so they just pull out. This is simply what operations is. It's more tactical. It's more of an information based gameplay where you want to know the exact location of your enemies. And as we see, Navi tried to push towards GTS on the eastern wing, but they don't want to risk it because they have no idea whether or not it was two persons on the CEO or maybe on the left. They don't want to risk getting the first team to get wiped, and so they just simply pull out. No one wants to risk first to be the first team to get wiped, because as you can see, the profits here from the teams are not significantly different. We have, of course, 1.1 million on the three teams that are near the admin area, while we see, of course, EWG trying to go ahead and loot up their way from substation. Executor coming out from that tier 3 spawns, going into the little bit of a Saracam, trying to find out whether or not the substation team is going to go ahead and try and contest this very objective that we are seeing that RRQ actually get. The actually RRQ played it safe. They don't want to contest the core areas of admin. They want to secure that to their hands, and as we now see, Beyond is holding to that and this high caliber weapon would be a huge advantage for you to bring out in the second round, which is going to be on Brakkesh on that Mandel brick round, because you know we are going into the fights usually carrying tier 4, which means the high caliber weapons with red ammo is going to instantly knock you down when you get that first connecting shots, Zunkin.
Yeah, all I can see here is now EWG going around a little bit closer to the garage section of Zero Dim, just proning around, reconning around the places, not knowing anyone on beware of them. And I think the people on the admin, which is GTS and also Navi, that I can see on operations, they can have that game sense to just, you know, hold around, not like just Warfare. You can just take fights and then just respawn. In this type of gameplay, you know, you cannot respawn at you know, just getting around, just getting killed. You cannot do that. You cannot just press W and hope for the best. You need to take your team around. You need to play trades, play the utilities. And now, looking around on the map, Navi is going to be closer and closer to ROG, which is on the river right now, chased by the Navi on behind, and keep looking at Ghost and Cap 1W playing just very, very passive. Doesn't want to go around and, you know, rotate through the map, just holding and waiting for the best. I think just waiting for players to go around them and take some third parties if they could. And ROG now playing their bodies on the raid container beside the river. Now Navi also has already reaches the bridge on the Zero Dam, of course. Now Pizza Boy going around with Stretch and Wheezy, of course, just holding their stabs, you know, not wanting to make so much noises. And I think he might as well see the ROG. Yep, one of the things with the boy starting to spray, and Demon goes down, Olu.
Yep, Demon goes down. A weird rotation being done by Navi here. They were on the tier 1 spawns, but then they rotated because they don't want to risk to go and fight the teams that are in admin. As we see Pizza Boy using his Viren, trying to get the angle over to ROG RBN. Finding one, Demon is down. ROG RBN is left with only 2 squads as the jetpacks is being thrown away. But Pizza Boy get instantly ultied by the Toxic here from Sushi, but they don't know the other person. This is going to be a 3-fight team. All of a sudden, the third party is coming from Executor, but ROG lost another player right now. Sushi in the middle of the gunfight right now. Amor Fati trying to close in. Executor is trying to get that third party going, and this is how the fights are actually happening over in the operation side, Zunkin. You don't know whether or not there are 2 teams or 3 teams or even 4 teams in the lobby going to the, as we see now, RRQ going for that 4th backstep, but they lost 1. Mahena able to execute it beyond. Right now he is down. RRQ left with 2 squads, and Savi actually finished Mahen. And Sushi is the last man alive. I think from, Wilson is the last man alive from the side of Executor, trying to get that third party, but they couldn't. And now Sushi, as the last remaining player on the RBN side, has dropped Zanif down to the ground, as Safi right now trying to find that finish onto Wilson, and they will get it. As now Navi is actually going to be the one who has the low ground, and Executor is out of this group, and now RBN is out. Also, a fight on the southern side of the map, Zanken, is going to be a really rare one that we see. And now it's left with Navi and RRQ. What do you think? This is the fights that we are going to have in operation. Do you think this is going to be like for warfare player? Of course, for warfare player, do you think the fights here make sense?
I don't think that makes sense because in Warfare we only have two teams, 20 by 20. In this tournament, we have like more than 6 teams. We have 6 teams right now, which is Navi, Hierarchy, AOW, GROG, GTS, and Executor. But I thought it was the ROG is the one who in a sketchy position, in one who has the least advantage, but after what we've seen, Executor, who was wanna be the third party executing,
Oh
but
no!
getting
Another
executed back
backstab is
by
going
RRQ.
on.
Now GTS doing the same rotation through the river, and I think Navi hasn't been aware. Oh, now they're aware because the bird has been executed by, I think maybe it's, I think it's the RRQ who has been executing the bird, and now the GTS side has already been anchoring and making some setup on the construction side. Navi and GTS, of course, blazings and switching the guns together. Pizza Boy getting blaster by the D-Wolf of the GTS F1. And now I think RRQ and EWG is in a really great position. There is not on a combat situation, and now Wheezy has to be jump shotting because he has no cover at all, only one stick of 3, and now Pizza Boy cosplaying the SEAL Team 6 getting from the river, Olu.
And now RRQ is joining the fray. They came from behind. They came from the major substation all the way to the riverbanks just to wipe out Navi. And Navi is in a really bad spot because we have our GTS on the right. And now Stretch is going in versus Mana. He hasn't known it. And Stretch got one. But no, it is actually GTS who wiped out Mia. And now GTS find the high ground, as they are going to help Team Navi survive. But now Navi left into 2 players remaining. Beyond with his arm actually couldn't find the value. Navi surviving with 2 players, and now GTS is going to have to reset the fight a little bit. As for RRQ, they also lost another player to GTS. And this is how usually the team fights go in operations. We have 2 teams fighting it out, trying to backstab each other, and the third party come, and then the fourth actually come to backstab the third party, and then you are going to see what we see right now as RRQ back to 3-player squad. Navi couldn't save Stretch right there because he was alone. Probably was trying to anchor out. He has no other ways to go.
Well, right? The
yeah,
body
he is
open
really
cannot be rescued at any point. And
Yep.
I don't know about this. Do you see EWG at some point? It's nowhere to be seen. We have multiple third parties, but I cannot see EWG, Olu.
EWG is probably was in the admin area. Of course, they were in the parking lot, but they just want to loot, Some players, some teams want to loot. Some teams want to have that kill points. As I have said earlier, that this is going to be a full-on bloodbath group because they all want to get that KPs. Because KPs give you 1 point each and every kill you get. While loot points, you need to secure 2 million worth of asset to have 1 supply points to your name. So kills are very valuable in this game mode of operation. So as we see now, Navi, after getting pinched in that middle rock right there, in the middle of RRQ and GTS, now actually is wrapping around, trying to backstab RRQ from the back, from the original position of RRQ. Which is really fun, as we see Mea trying to trade out some gunfights here with GTS all the way on the construction site. But we are going to see a little bit of the action, less action right now, because EWG, of course, is trying to extract 3 of their players out to secure their guns, to secure their loot, and of course, it's a really good asset to go into the second round on Brakkesh on the Mandelbrick round. As we see right now, Zenith trying to go ahead and take the fight onto Wheezy, and Wheezy is down. Onyx left with one last remaining player. Have to try to save their assets right now. Pizza Boy left alone with his Viren, of course. He won't be taking any more fights, I think. He's just going to try to extract,
Navi
save
team
their
is
guns.
a little bit scattered, right? It's a little bit scattered. That's why Wheezy got kidnapped first by the GTS, which is the Zini. Zini? Am I correct? How do I pronounce the name? Zini? Zenith?
Zenith, I think.
They got scattered around first. It's a 1v1, and now Pizza Boy in front of Zenith on some sketchy angles right now, trying to hide in a cave just to wait for another person to come by and turning off the laser, painkiller on. Just is it a safe supply almost?
It's an airdrop. You have 2 airdrops on each eco round, so you will. This is probably the biggest objective, because the first airdrop is going to drop the as we see that RRQ got, where Beyond tried to use it. The AWM, the sniper rifle, the high caliber sniper.
All right. Okay.
Which can one-shot you instantly, because usually the other players bring in.
I've been a victim.
Yeah, you've been a victim. I've been a victim before. Yeah, of course. We have all been one-shotted by the AWM of this Viren in Space City. Of course, we all have been the victim, as we now see. And the second airdrop that was secured by EWG over in the admin side is actually contains a lot of red loots usually, but sometimes it does contain a tier 5 armor. So it is going to be really valuable for them. And now RQ trying to look for a fight against the GTS, trying to secure that last KP on this first match on the last 30 seconds. And now they get to Beyond drops down RNDZ with that arm that he secured. And now Zenith actually tried to play backstab onto RQ, and Beyond drops down to Zenith. Last man standing, 3 seconds remaining. But I think RQ is going to wipe out the whole lobby. Right now we are seeing the absolute pinnacle of gunfights happening on the southern side of the map. We don't see the southern side fights that often, Zanken. I'm gonna just tell you this. Out of the, the scrims, the tournaments that I've seen, the southern side of Zero Dam usually is used for rotations to get into admin, to get into the parking lot construction side, to the containers. Usually the 5-minute fights is going to be on admin, but now it's on the southern side. What do you think about the gunfights that we had on that southern side? Was it good?
Yeah, I think it's kind of great, talking about the third parties, which is like they start from one team to another, and we can see AWG just doing nothing, just looting and stay on the parking lot, and then suddenly they just go around. And now, after this, we're gonna go to a break, right, Olu? And I'm really, really excited to see the next match on the next map, which is, I think, is it Brakkesh first?
It's Brakkesh.
Yeah.
It's going to be Brakkesh.
It's gonna be fun because...
Yep, EWG getting out with the 3 players that they have, looting around the map. People that spawn in the tier 1 spawn, which was GTS and Navi, actually rotated around to the tier 3 spawns. We have seen this weird rotation from them. So EWG just go into admin, loot it up, and just dips out. I think that's the name of the game for them. They don't want to take fights.
That's the strategy,
Yep. So we are going to go to a break, and we'll see you guys in a bit. Bye.
that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data... This doesn't add up.
Just deal with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valves closed. You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Stun hit! Cold. I can go colder.
welcome back to the Delta Force National Championship Season 3 Operations PC version. Welcome back, guys, to another match. We have seen a lot of happening, storylines being created just from that first game, Zunken. We watched the all-out fight of the 5 teams actually coming down from their own respective spawns, the Tier 1, the Tier 2, and the Tier 3 teams actually go on and get into the last fight over in the southern side of Zero Dam, which we really rarely see, with RRQ actually coming out on top. What do you think about that fight? You know, it's a 5-man, it's a 5-squad brawl. RRQ winning in the last match. We saw backstabbing after backstabbing, third party after third party. What do you think?
I think one of the most surprising things is that I think the executor, the one who was trying to get the third party on RRQ, taking down Beyond, but traded by Savi that fast. Mahen got punished, and then somehow they got demolished and just get out of the lobby first. You know, I was thinking that the ROG is gonna be on their place, but no, ROG, even though they also got wiped out by in the lobby, they finished or they survived more than the executor itself. And now, looking about the highlights, you see, as you said, most of the teams who have spawned on the Tier 1 spawns, making their rotation to the river banks. And now we can see Stretch, who is demolishing the last person on the ROG RBN, Mia, with the clutch, and now Beyond taking fights with Navi, of course, getting third party as well by the Randis and the GTS F1 squad, even though GTS is on one of the best spots that I can see there, because they came from across the river banks just playing mid-range. And now Mia I thought Mia was getting 2 kills there, but seeing about the kill feed, it was Beyond and Savi respectively with their sniper and rifle. And now on the last fight, you know, Zenith almost clutching that fight. You know, he already taken down Beyond, already taken down Savi, and this last match or the last confrontation, he got wiped out by the hierarchy. And now through the leaderboard, take me through this, Olu. How does this work?
As we see, GTS and RRQ actually have the most point of kills, but right now GTS is leading in front of RRQ because they looted a little bit more than RRQ. So they both got 9 kills, but the loot value that they gathered on that first map is actually just 250,000 more than RRQ. So that's why they are on the top of the group. While Navi, of course, trying to wipe RBN and Executor on that fight, got themselves 4 KPs and 8 million in profits. So they got the third position right now going into the second round, which is going to be the Mandelbrick fights. Our first Mandelbrick map is, of course, going to be on Brakkesh. We saw that Navi and also GTS spawning on that Tier 1 spawns. So in this round, they would not get it again. So it is going to be either EWG, RRQ, you know, the last 4 remaining squads going to be spawning in that Tier 1. And as we see from the tournaments before, the Tier 1 spawns have that advantages, especially coming into the Mandelbrick rounds, because they can immediately just get in there, take the Mandelbrick. Especially if you want to actually decode in the museum area, it is just right around the corner. You take the Mandelbrick, you decode it, and then you hold down that position as long as you can. Or even getting the Mandelbrick fights all around, wiping all the squads that are trying to seize it. So this is going to be the, you know, we saw a treat for ourselves. We saw Beyond with the with that arm, even though he lost it because he did not extract. So there is not going to be any high caliber weapons coming in, but they could spend that earnings that they have to go all in that second map to secure that first Mandelbrick. So RRQ and GTS have a higher advantages because they have a lot of loot and assets coming into this second round, but I think Navi also have some assets to spare in this game, and we are going to see and hop into Brakkesh just in a little bit as we are going to see the teams fight for their first Mandel break on this game 2 in Brakkesh. We see the operators being used, as I told you a little bit just in the start of the stream. It is going to be the Gizmo meta. Gizmo is really good, especially in the museum area in Brakkesh, as we see EWG actually using Tempest on this round 2. They want to fight, but they are bringing the tier 2 helmets, the blue helmets, which is not really
tier
good.
2
but
helmets, if I'm not mistaken, it was the blue one, right?
Yes. They are bringing a tier 2 helmet, which is not very the tier 3, I'm sorry, tier 3 helmets, as we see EWG and RBN is actually going to have the tier 1 spawns, so they are potentially going to contest for that Mandel brick on the first couple of minutes. And Executor and Navi had that tier 3 spawns, while RRQ and GTS going to go ahead and have that tier 2 spawns over in the Tower of Babel. Right now, we are going to play the waiting game. Who do you think is going to be the first team who tries to decode the Mandel brick here?
I hope EWG will make some, difference on this map. And talking about they have the tier 1 spawns now with the ROG. I don't think they cannot stand that much longer without, getting some confrontations or now we can see Pi is trying to get the Mandel brick firsthand. It's already been picked up. And I think EWG is already aware that on top of them, whereas they are staying in basement right now, ROG is already been taking the Mandel brick and on their way to decode it. And what's the time to decode? About 4 minutes. And now
4 minutes
before the
first time
countdown,
you decode, 4 minutes.
Yep.
And then it goes down gradually.
So if it goes down,
every time,
then ROG is gonna be the winning team for this map, correct?
Yep, that is correct. Okay. And right now we are seeing Pizza Boy is actually in a head-to-head going on against GTS. Right now, Pizza Boy happily wiping out GTS. Oh my god, the tier 2 spawns did not give any advantages towards the tier 3 spawns because Navi caught GTS on their blind spot. They didn't know that Navi is going to go ahead and rotate on the same side of the map as they do. And so now GTS is wiped off the lobby. What happened? I think it's just a miscommunication, honestly, Duncan.
Yep.
You know when we play Warfare, Warfare, and then you have a bad decision when you want to play in, maps that have a lot of alleyways, and then you go ahead and go there, but your team doesn't know whether or not there is going to be a tank, and at this point, the tank is actually Navi for GTS, so they get wiped instantly.
It's very instant, like it's the blink of an eye, and they already have the higher ground first. And talking about the Mandel brick now, it's 2 minutes and 30 seconds left before the Mandel brick from ROG is gonna be the decider for their map right now. And I think because the Mandel brick is already being decoded right now, the teams is on their race to seize it, right? And I can see here Navi is already trying to approach the second level of the museum, and also can see RRQ has already be just crawling around on the first level on the museum trying to get the side of ROG. And for the second time, Olu, EWG playing like a turtle on the curve of the map, is on the edge of the museum, not taking any chances or any confrontational events. Not even, I don't think they even want to seize the Mandel brick right here, Olu.
I think they're going to go ahead and do the third party, but Pizza Boy, he does not know yet. I don't think he knows that EWG is just right around this wall right now, and Wheezy, using his silver wing, is going to go ahead and try to find this actual team who is being a pesky little turtle, pesky little rat, whether or not they could be a threat to them. So they have not yet seen them, but they might have heard them. 1 minute left on the Mendel brick. Somebody needs to do something, and right now, Savvy able to take down Sushi right there using the altering munition. It connects, and EWG using their Tempest trying to seize the Mendel brick. Let's see if it is actually truly successful, but no, I don't think it's successful yet. And we see Sushi actually getting dropped down again. Finished, full kill by Team Savvy as EWG actually is successful on seizing the Mendel brick, and so it resets to 3:30 minutes. Yes, and we are seeing RRQ making the move onto the balcony, and RBN is wiped off the lobby right now. They were the first team to try to decode the Mendel brick, but they are also the second team who is out of the game.
Oh my, that was an intense fight, fighting for the Mendel brick. When the RRQ and ROG being in a confrontational event that is so intense, EWG with their sneaky little hands and feet trying to get the six and successfully getting it. And now we can see that Maddox here and Cap W1 trying to set up their next anchor point for the Mendel brick, when we can see Savvy and the rest of the RRQ team is looting the ROG bodies and closing by EWG. He is still taking the alleyways and the angles. Don't want to play the angles too much. Playing off angles, waiting for the RRQ team to just confront them and make some mistakes. And Navi now taking on the side of the RRQ, making some noises and getting punished there, Olu.
Yep, the loitering munition connects from Savvy, and so Navi needs to reset a little bit. They don't want to take the risk, but 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock for EWG to get their first Mendel brick, even though they don't play anything. Oh my god, Maddox, that is a dirty angle. He finished off Mea, but Savvy get his second trade. 2-player down on the side of EWG. If they wipe this Mendel brick, seizing will be interrupted. 1 player left from EWG who currently is seizing the Mendel brick, but Navi has rotated to the second floor again. Beyond trying to hold off EWG as good as they can, but EWG now gets wiped from the third party coming out of Executor, and now the decoding station is interrupted. So it is all for grabs for all the other teams to actually find their footings, to find their way to seize that Mendel bricks. If it is not getting seized, then it will go back to the main station and everything resets from zero. But Executor still trying to find their way into this Mendel brick station, while Navi is making their way up into the balcony, but the utilities from RRQ successfully hold off Navi, Zanken.
Oh my, you can see a little bit of a confrontational fight here and there, guns blazing from RRQ and EWG there, but what a match from Savvy, you know, 1 trade, 2 trades, lightning fast, just getting the team out of the junk hole. And now I think Navi is in a good position to fight for the Mendel brick, because I can see now Executor not taking any chances, trying to take the util now. Pizza Boy getting his chances, and now we can see one of the teams from RRQ.
They're taken down.
Damage 2 Beyond. They're taken down by Pizza Boy. Stretch trying to get his teammates now, taking some utilities on top of it, trying to get the end. And now 1 person left from RRQ, which is Savvy, is now playing, holding the angle, trying to save his team, trying to save the points. Hang getting pushed by 3 people from Navi, and here it is. RRQ getting out the lobby. Navi and Executor is the last 2 teams on the lobby now, Olu.
Yep, and Executor with that all the noises coming out of the balcony where Navi is trying to wipe out RRQ is going to take the chance to actually decode this Mandelbrick. And now Navi needs to find a way to actually interrupt and seize this Mandelbrick opportunity, because it's only the last two teams alive. They are the only ones that are in the lobby. Everyone else is wiped off this lobby for now, as Wheezy trying to find some loot, trying to find some beautiful things to use right now. Maybe some heals, They want to do a reset here from Navi. They don't want to risk it. They still have 2 minutes to be able to actually make their move. We are going to see a little bit of yeah, it's still a lot of time. 2 minutes is a lot of time. Wheezy is just going to use his Silver Bird to find the position of Mahen, but I don't think Mahen actually, you know,
right now. He's in a really sketchy position.
Yeah, but right now, Stretch is looking for that seize opportunity. Is on the Mandelbrick. And oh my god, Mahen gets dropped down by Stretch. It's a 2v1, it's a 1v3 situation. Oh my god, all of a sudden, Execute and gets left with one player from Navi. And I think this is going to be Navi all night.
The way they interact, the Executor interact with the fight right here, it's a little bit, you know, unorganized. Picking one by one and taking about Mahen, which was on a sketchy position, doesn't get any help, any type of, you know, surprise from their teammates. Even now Wilson and Amor Fati has taken his life back, no weaknesses, and now Navi 1 minute and 30 seconds now taking their advantages 3v2, and I really cannot see how Executor gonna get out of this lobby with the Mandelbrick. I think it's gonna be Navi that gets out of this lobby with the Mandelbrick and great profits from their past eliminations. With 18 total score right now, Executor still can do anything, and as we can see, 5 total score, no eliminations, and Mandelbrick that was being stealed by Stretch, I think. And now Pizza Boy with the SV98 just holding the same angle, not taking any type of chances to play the open angles. And Stretch still with the QBZ, of course. They're taking down multiple operators, and now you can see a Pizza Boy with the KC-17 trying to spray down, and now taking half HP of the Wilson.
Yep, that is correct. They know where Executor is. Wheezy spot them using that Silver Bird. Stretch is on the Mandelbrick trying to defend it as hard as he can. 25 seconds on the clock. Uluru ulti is getting out. And as we see Tim, now Wilson is down. Pizza Boy able to find Tim. And now Amor Fati is actually getting webbed out by that spider. But I don't think Executor can get this Mandelbrick. It's 5 seconds on the clock, and it's now done. It's already done. Navi has secured their Mandelbricks and trying to look for this last KP on Amor Fati as they wiped the whole lobby. They went into RRQ. They finished RRQ up. They went into RBN. They finished RBN up. And now GTS is also got wiped by Navi, and Navi is reigning supreme in this lobby. Oh my god.
Yeah.
They finished off 3 squads. And also, they got the Mandelbrick. It's Navi who's holding their crown right now in this particular group. And they're just going to pull the switches and trying to find the best loots up in the ground that is up for grabs. Everybody, they could potentially even go to the airdrop. And actually claim it, because they are the last remaining squads in this lobby right now. You know, I think Executor have a pretty good chance to do a third party when RRQ was still alive, but they didn't take it. You know, they don't want to risk it. But then when you don't want to risk, there is no price to take. it is just the matter of that. Yeah, you know, it's just a matter of you don't want to take that risk.
Yeah, I cannot see teams beside Navi and RRQ now that has one of the best game sets to take the third party, to take the right approach, take the right fights, whereas other teams like they've made some mistakes that cannot be traded because it cost them their life, their points, their loot, and because of that they have to get out of the lobby and get back to the lobby with empty hands. And Navi, who has been a great performance right now on this map, even though they got wiped out on the first map, but on this map with the Mandel Brick and a lot of loot right here, although it's gonna be a good setup for them for the next matches. And remember, one more Mandel Brick and they can close this match.
Potentially, they could end this group A session, in just 4 rounds. Next map would be Tight Prison, but of course it is an eco round, so there's no Mandel Bricks to decode, but they still can get those KPs going. They still could secure themselves more loot and more KPs over in Tight Prison, as we see another red getting a full-on really nice loot here from the 2 airdrops that spawns. They actually got the AWM from the airdrops for the next Mandel Brick fights, which is really good because everybody just kind of goes around the museum area. Executor tried their best to do that last third party but wasn't successful enough. They did seize the Mandel Brick, but I think it's just a miss gameplay strategy where they kind of was what you said was separated in a lot of ways. They didn't fight together. They didn't double swing. They tried to double swing on the last effort, but they failed to do so. And so Navi on the balcony just says, "Okay, come on in. We want you to try to seize it, but it's a 3v2."
Yeah, exactly. I can really see what the Executor done on the last fight is they've seemed like they're a little bit disconnected between each other. Not like the Navi, who I think see the better angles for each other, play the right crossfires, play the right positions to back up one and each other. But Executor, I don't know about them. They have the really good chance. They have the really good position, and they also get the Mandel Brick first, just to have to anchor the Mandel Brick, of course, with the utilities, and just push around and suppress the Navi. But Navi, with their teamwork and the strategy that they came from, gave them the Mandel Brick, the AWM, and all the loot. Now the second map is already completed, Olu, and not long before this we're gonna move on to the next map, which is gonna be Space City, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it's going to be the third map, which is going to be Tight Prison as an eco round. Of course, yep. We are going to see a lot more KPs going down because it's Tight Prison. You know that EWG do like to go ahead and play passively, as we see on the first map. They didn't win for any gunfights, so they might go and just go loot up the whole map with their 2 Noxes probably. But it is going to be interesting to see whether or not EWG and RBN is going to step up their game, because RBN actually got their first their hands on the Mandel Brick as the first team that actually tries to decode it, but they couldn't maintain their position, their defensive position on the balcony of the museum. They were rushed down by RRQ and they get wiped. So I want to see more of RBN actually trying to get their KPs in this particular eco round. And we are going to see a lot of Noxes in Tight Prison. if you don't know, but the meta is usually 2 Noxes in the in tight prison. So it's all about the game sense of the players itself, whether or not they could potentially map out the whole map, trying to figure out who is where. And before we get to that map, we are going to a little short break. So we'll see you guys in a little bit.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data... This doesn't add up.
Just deal with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed. You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, of course, to the Delta Force National Championship Season 3 Operations PC. Wow, that was a Mandel Brick round if I've ever seen one. Everybody is just going out and, you know, fighting for each other until the two teams are left, and that is what the Mandel Brick round is for, Zunken. How do you feel watching your first Mandel Brick fights, huh? Okay, Zanken, probably your mic is still muted. Probably.
Yeah, it's really exciting. It's really exciting to see my first Mandel Brick match to be casted by me and myself, and of course my mentor Olu, who has been a caster for this tournament first. But what I can see, ROG was they was once the team with the advantage, but when RRQ comes on, Navi comes on, Executor comes on as well, and EWG crawling around from the first level, they was being the team who was first getting out of the lobby, getting punished by RRQ. But what I can see, Navi has been playing their best map currently on this day with the Mandel Brick, and so skill points to how they play this map is really exaggerating how to play aggressiveness and third parties in the highest level. Now we can see from the highlight, look at Beyond and Savi and also Mie punishing ROG, who has been in a sketchy little points, sketchy little angles, and the next scene will be Beyond and France also getting tucked on by Executor and also Navi. EWG has already been eliminated in the first sequence of the map, and now you can see Savi, who has been trying his best to hold that angle, is also getting tucked on by Navi as well. And now in the last scene, Executor trying to hold their best, but what we've been saying Olu from the past match, this team is kind of been disconnected between each other, not like Navi, who I can see they have very good communication between positions and angles. And now to the group stage leaderboard, Navi with Mandel Break and 25 million loot, as well as the 12 point of kills, now taking around 24 total score, Olu.
Yep, that is correct. Navi shows who is actually the king. They came in as the first team to be on the top leaderboard. So we are actually expecting them to be the winner of this group, because they came in with the first seedings. They are the top one of the group. So they are going to be the team that we are going to be looking forward to. But now in Tide Prison, I don't think Navi is going to go in and do some guns blazing shenanigans that they did, because we saw Navi in that last game doing a really good map assessment, whether or not people are in front of them or to the left of them. They actually caught GTS, who was the winner on the first map. On after they just recently spawned in, they were on the Tower of Babel, but they didn't go out. They went straight to the museum, but then get caught by Navi. That's why Navi is actually getting all these KPs for free. They know who they are going to go against, and they probably have done their homework to see. Probably GTS is going, if they got a tier 2 spawn, they are going to go straight to the museum. We got a tier 3 spawn. We spawn over in Azure Town. We want to fight them. And so they did, and they won it. And when they went into the museum, they didn't really, go in, press W key all the way through. They waited. They waited until the fight is happening. We saw RRQ aping out RBN on that balcony, and they got wiped. And then EWG trying to fight RRQ on the balcony, but they also got lost. While Navi slowly inching their way into the fight, they got hold of that first on the room on the left side of the balcony, but they didn't. They didn't really take that engagement right away. They waited. They waited until Executor actually tried to third party and kind of get a pick off on RRQ. But after RRQ dropped into two players, they started then to ape RRQ. So I think it is a really good strategy coming out of Navi, and we are going to see whether or not in this game 3, with the kill points on the line and also the loot assets going on the line, they are going to reign supreme for another map. But I think they are going to play a little bit more passively, as we see the 2 Noxes coming out from a lot of teams. We see RRQ having 2 Nox, RBN also having 2 Noxes, and GTS having 2 Noxes in this particular game. So we are going to see probably from RRQ, RBN, and also GTS wanting to go ahead and play a little bit more aggressive, doing those third parties, trying to get the KPs, while Navi is just going to chill around. They will take fights if somebody is going to fight them. If not, I think they're just going to stay in place, because they have a Byron, they have a Shepherd, and they also have a Morse. So they want to play a little bit more passive with that Shepherd, but they can also fight the teams that are going to go ahead and try to fight them using that Byron from them. So as we see right now, Navi is going to spawn all the way on the southern side of the map. They are going to chill around on that near that Warden position, while ROG is trying to open up these cells and find their own loots. The start of the map in every tight prison round would probably a bit more passive. So I think it's just better for us to talk about operations itself. So how do you feel about operations this far? You played a little bit. I know you played a little bit of operations in your meantime of not playing Warfare. So how do you feel about operations? Do you kind of fit to that gameplay, or how do you feel about it?
I mean, I kind of like the way extraction shooter works. It's gonna take us to like a great feeling when you be able to get your loot up and extract with your teammates. Or maybe for me, even though I'm the last one on the team who can extract, it still feel good, to have a very good amount of money in the lobby. And now Stretch getting 1.2 million of red items, you can see there. And talking about this tight prison map, Olu, as we can already see from the previous maps, I can think that Navi and RRQ is one of the best performing teams currently on like tight angles and close quarters. So from the first map on Zero Dam, it shifts drastically from long range exterior fights to like close quarter combats, especially tight prisons is full of tight angles, and little alleyways to have your bullets come through. And do you play snipers in this particular map, like SV or even AWM, or you just stick to like rifles and SMGs?
I mean, if you're talking about the match format right now on the
Mm-hmm.
the tournament side, you don't really want to take out the snipers, especially on Type Prison, because it
Uh-huh.
is a valuable weapon and it is a really good weapon to use in Space City, particularly. But
Yep. Of course.
usually, when you play Tight Prison, you don't want to use snipers. You want to get into that close range gunfight. So the AS Val, the SMGs, the leg ammos, of course, the RIP and the CT ammos. Now that they have introduced is going to be the supremely, ammo type and also weapons. So the SMGs and the high fire rate guns will be the most used in Tight Prison, and that's why you don't really see the players going to have a sniper in Tight Prison. And this is a really good map to actually train your game awareness. Have you played in Tight Prison actually? Have you tried it?
Maybe in my life playing operations out of, even though I don't play warfare, operations that much, I also play operations like hundreds of matches by it. But on my hundreds of matches, maybe closing to 900 matches, I've only played this map for 3 times. Three
Okay, so
times that I've been
three
stepping
times on.
my foot on this map.
Okay, I see. So Tight Prison is a really good map for you guys, of course, for the viewers who haven't tried, because it's a bit scary. It's a scary map, but it is actually the best map to actually have your game awareness at training, because you hear everything in this map. You basically could map out the whole map just by listening to somebody's footstep. You know whether or not there are people in the warden's area or in the admin area, you or people trying to swim out for the outside extraction point, who could camp out that airdrop that is going to come in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So it is a really good map for you guys to actually learn the game if you really want to know whether or not you have that game sense already. So as we see right now, this is what happens in Tight Prison. Of course, you don't really see a lot of map rotations. As we see, Navi is still on the right side of the map together with ROG on the cell blocks, and also Executor on in front of actually the cell blocks here. The first team that is going to fight is actually going to be ROG and also Executor. But I don't think they know perfectly where each other is, as we only hear little footsteps coming out of Demon and also Wilson. We don't really know whether or not they know each other. Is both respecting teams is just divided by this single door. Probably they don't know, and they don't want to take that risk. As we see, the sonar scanner is actually being put down by the team of Executor to actually find out whether or not whether or not there are people in the area, and probably they know. But ROG now, they are going to go ahead to go heads on into Navi. Demon trying to open up his ult, but he wants to get a better position of it, and now Navi is going to get found out, as the two right there from the Morse detecting 2 of the players from Navi. But Pizza Boy and Reezy is still there. They don't want to take the risk. They don't want to make any sounds. They are watching this angle really closely. So we'll see whether or not they are going to go on to the fight. It's almost to get ugly, actually. They're just throwing utilities. They don't really want to take that fight. Pizza Boy got the angle on Pi, but RBN is actually hesitating to actually come into this alleyway, because it is a really tight angle that they want to go ahead and push.
I think
backed out.
it's kind of double-headed knife, you know, for Pizza Boy on that particular angle, getting one little angle just for the heads of the ROG team. But once he got countered, once he got punished, the chance of him leaving this position is kind of low because kind of sketchy there. But Wheezy, of course, taking his sonar scans around and detecting 3 people from ROG, and both of the teams not getting any chances or confrontations right now, just waiting one another to have the contact first and, you know, get the teammates going for the crossfire. Wheezy is still aiming on the wall, just waiting, really waiting for teams to make the first blunder, for the other team to take advantage of it. And as you said now, the first phase
Airdrop
of
is going
High
down.
Prison is kind of low intensities, as we can see GTS was
Ooh.
holding so long at the watchtower, not getting any chances to take their asses to inside the cell blocks. Now just playing
Are going to
one
encounter
by
to
one.
EWG.
Yeah, I think they're gonna find them eventually, because it's really short range for them to get to the Maddox. Oh, another contact for the utility has been opened by both Zenith and Maddox, and I think they already encounter or aware of each other, and I cannot see the exit. Oh, the EWG teammates now eventually get highlighted. Ghost and also Cap 1 already
Flash.
pushing now. Zenith already getting his ulted out now. Olu is gonna be a confrontational fight for the airdrop.
Yep, the airdrop is going to drop here, and now Ghost saw the little head of Zenith right now. They are going to go ahead and try to secure this airdrop for themselves. EWG. Right now, Maddox using his Allure ult, trying to find the angle, but gets destroyed instantly. Mio is still safe, but drops down to actually 1/4, a quarter of his HP. This is really bad. GTS needs to full heal up. But the airdrop is actually already been secured by EWG, so GTS, they might still want this KP out of EWG. A little bit of confrontation, still trying to find the angle. But right now, Executor have came across RBN. RBN drops into one last player. All of a sudden, Wilson and Amor Fati got 2 players from RBN. The last remaining squad is on a couple of on the run right now from RBN. All of a sudden,
what?
Executor,
blink of an eye.
in a blink of an eye, actually caught RBN trying to rotate into the top side of the map. And Wilson will be able to secure his teammates right now as Mahen goes down. But it's okay, but now Maddox being taken down by Zenith right there with his M249. We are going to see a little bit of a dogfight right now on the airdrop position. Both team doesn't want to risk it, sticking it out, and Mew drops down, goes right now. Another one goes down. Last remaining member goes down. Finally, EWG, even though they had their opportunity to actually secure the airdrop, but they stayed for too long. They stayed for too long, and so they lost it. They might have already secured some of those golds, some of those weapons that might have been in the airdrop to their safe box. But again, I think EWG is just standing on the open. They didn't do anything. They wanted to have that fight against GTS, but GTS says, yeah, you're more than welcome. You're opening yourself in the middle of the road. You don't have any cover. The only cover you have is on that little airdrop, and so we're just gonna push. We have a Nox. We have a Shepherd. Let's just go. And they aped them, and they're dead. Now, Pi, RBN is just, they lost 2 after that confrontation to Executor, and now Pi left alone. He's just spending his time down in that cell. You don't want to really risk anything. He could try to find a little bit of KP going on behind that Navi squad that is actually trying to rotate around the laundry area. Well, GTS, after wiping out that team from EWG, is now trying to hold that outside extraction point. And this is the KPs that I was talking about, Zanken. People try to rotate around the map, but then gets caught by another team. This is how usually Tight Prison plays out.
It's a little bit sketchy for one team and another playing on these alleyways and not knowing that there are other teammates waiting for you on the other side. And now Navi is going to take a confrontational fight now with Amor Fadi in the Executor, taking one of them utilities from Shepard, taking down half of his HP right now. And I don't think there's no more gonna be another fight going on because they are separated by walls there. Now Stretch also with Pizza Boy still standing strong, getting their utilities on and getting their position. Not knowing the other side is only one people from Executor, which is Amor Fati, and the other two, and I think they're gonna flank around to punish Navi from the backside. And as you said now, ROG has already been wiped out by two people. Now only Pi left, making and having the dream of his team to just, make their way on this group because it's already been the third map and ROG is feeling under the water, not showing what they're supposed to show. Maybe an off day, but we can see later because we still have more maps coming from this map. And now Amor Fati with Executor still playing the tight angle, still playing so passive, just waiting for Navi to make the blunder first. Wilson also waiting for the door to be open now. The Alts, Shepherds, the stuns has been open. Mahan, also Wilson taking the same angle. Now the freaking wing takedowns. Wilson and Mahan. Pizza Boy getting the second kill. Stretch Amor Fati down. Amor Fati maybe get the Pizza Boy, but there it is. EWG. Executor getting wiped by Navi for the second time. Oh, what an aggressive playstyle by Navi. Getting on for the door first and get the angles from the Executor that was really tight but expected by Navi.
Yep, that is I think Stretch needs to get checked on because oh my god, that flick towards Wilson was nasty, I swear. And now RQ, as GTS tried to extract on the outside helicopter extract, they were caught up by RRQ, who actually got their hands on the AWM. They actually went in and do the Warden mission, and so they finished that Warden mission up, and they actually grabbed themselves an AWM for Beyond. So they have a really good asset to go on to the Mandelbrick fights on the next round because they got that high caliber weapons. And talking about the last fight between Navi and also Executor. Executor had their angles down, but I think they just got a little bit overwhelmed by the gunfights that Navi is bringing into this lobby. Navi reigning supreme, lost 2, but Stretch, but Stretch on the last ditch of effort actually got the wipe. But now, as we see, Pi actually is the last remaining squad member that is still available for RBN, just trying to get that backpackless extract because he is getting chased down by Pizza Boy. Pizza Boy knows where Pi is, but I don't think it is enough time to go and ahead and swim down there because, well, it is very far down. It is a backpackless extract, so he dropped his backpack and now he extracted as the last remaining player for RBN. It's all good. RBN still have their own weapons, 2 weapons to be exact, to be brought to the Mandelbrick fight, so it's a pretty fair trade, I would say. But Navi played this game like it is their kingdom, you know? It is
Yep.
pretty beautiful to see them play.
Dominating, as I've said,
Yep.
they really know how to play tight angles, because what we've seen on Brakkesh, on the museum, they also play the tight angles very well, and now they gather around and give the best and the same performances as they have shown on the previous match, and now with 30 total score and
RRQ.
2.9 million. Now RRQ trying to contact to the Navi position. Wheezy getting the first contact, and Savi getting down by Stretch, trying to get another one. Beyond taking
Straight up.
one of the trades. Now Stretch going down, getting ended now by Beyond. Pizza Boy trying to do the same thing, but now RRQ getting the last king, getting the last kill, and also getting the map of Tight Prison there. Oh, what a map! What a last confrontational. I think Navi is getting surprised a bit by theirs, getting backstep so fast. Even though Stretch got the first kill on Savi, but Beyond with the trades really good. But the match is also ended by the time countdown, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, that is correct. Absolutely. Probably Navi wasn't expecting RRQ to actually rotate on the last seconds of the match. They went in there, tried to get catch Pi off the backless extract, but they didn't get him. He went out alone as the last remaining member of RBN, but then RRQ with their map rotation came into the construction site and tried to excavation site and tried to actually get the KPs on Navi, which was succeeded. Beyond got the 2 kills on to Stretch and also to Pizza Boy, so it's a pretty good KP. It's the last seconds of the match. They want to get that last KPs because they don't want to let Navi go freely, you know, with all the loots that they have gathered, especially Navi getting those kills onto Executioner was really good. So they ended up with a lot of KPs, and this round they also looted up a lot of the map. They have a really good grasp of how to play the game. I think Navi is a really scary team right now. RRQ going in second, of course, is still trying to challenge Navi on that Mandel break round. Of course, they got their self an AWM, but they lost it because they did not actually try to extract. So for now, we're going to probably see an all-in from Navi. They're going to pull out their tier 5 items, their tier 5 armors, and also ammo.
Yep.
And we're going to go ahead and enter Space City in the next round, and we are going to go ahead into a little break. But before that, who do you think is Navi going to get their second Mandel break on this round 4?
Yes, I think it's a good chance, really good chance. But we gonna see it on the next map. Although I think Navi is a really good chance to close this out.
See you guys in a bit.
The AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data... This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed. You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to, of course, the Delta Force National Championship Season 3 SEA Operations PC. Well, we have seen a lot of storylines changing throughout the matches. We have until round 3, but one still is the major storyline that we are seeing right now. Na'Vi versus RRQ is the big deal for this group today. How do you feel about watching them all the way from game 1 to until game 3, Zanken?
I think they kept exchanging fires, they kept exchanging fights, exchanging kill points, and from the zero game we can see they already started to third party one another. And what we can see on the last map, which is Tight Prison, they have already exchanged another fights, another fires, guns on top one of each other. When we see the match already been shut down by the time countdown, but the last fight we can see Savi getting traded by Stretch and Beyond already getting the kills as well to Stretch. But I really can see now, I'm also expecting that on this fourth map, if I'm not mistaken, for another Mandelbrick map, Na'Vi is going to be able to close it with 2 Mandelbricks, because how they play, how they make plays of this match, how they try to third parties, play the tight angles, and really great teamwork to play the crossfires, making me more expecting them, making me more really want to see them close this on the fourth map. And now going to the highlights, we can see that GTS was fighting EWG first for the air supply drops, ending about around their win. And now Exe, even though Executor getting their first anchor point, getting the first setup, they are the one who has getting demolished by Na'Vi. Mentioning how you get the Stretch with that criminal flick. Look at that. And
look at that.
Oh my god, Weezy with the tight angle. Yeah, already getting
careful.
That expected
the account might get
angle
flagged.
from Savi. Already getting another kill to Mew now. And I think what I want to ask you, how 2 people from the GTS already get extracted by the Mew is one that getting alone and getting punished by Savi. Is he is he going to get the loot from the air supply drop, or is just the strategy to leave the Mew alone?
They went out into the outside extraction point. You have an extraction point that opens up on minute 7 that you can extract from. So they went there actually, but Mew got into a crossfire where RRQ was. So RRQ was actually camping that area. So when Mew wanted to cross, he couldn't. So the other two from GTS actually extracted because they are in the platform already, and RRQ didn't actually want to contest the platform. So that's why GTS got out with 2 players saving a lot of assets for their next round here, of course, in Space City, which is going to be a really good starting point to start off your round 4 for the Mandelbrick rounds. And we are going to see, of course, GTS. I think they want to contest Navi. I think they want to pull out their tier 5s just to fight Navi and preventing Navi to actually decode both of their Mandelbricks in this round 4. Of course, RRQ is going to go and fight Navi, but I want to see more of the other teams, you know, EWG and RBN. RBN is currently right now on the bottom of the leaderboard. They didn't get any KPs really. They got completely destroyed by RRQ. They got completely destroyed by Team Executor on that type prison map. So I want to see them get more KPs or even try to contest a little bit on the Mandelbrick side. And as we know, they probably will get that tier 1 spawn. So I think they have a really good chance to actually contest onto that tier Mandelbrick fights in the earlier stages of the match. As we now hop into the 4th game on Space City. But as we see right now, pretty basic operator, but only 2 squads actually spending their Tempest on this particular round. So Navi, even though they had their advantages on their first Mandelbrick, they don't want to go all in this tier 4 round 4. As we see, Executor having their tier 1 spawns, and also on GTS having that tier 1 spawns. They're just going to go ahead and try to cross that bridge from employees all the way to the Mandelbrick station. And as we see, we are going to map out the map a little bit. We saw that Navi get their tier 3 spawns actually on this Space City map. So probably Space City will play out like this. You have the first 5 minutes of the game trying to figure out who gets the tier 1 spawns. After 5 minutes, they are going to start to decode the Mandelbricks. Okay, so after they decode the Mandelbricks, all the other teams is going to close in that gap towards the Mandelbrick. As we see right now, the Mandelbrick has spawned in. We'll have to see who is going to be the first team that gets their hands into the Mandelbrick, and it looked like it's GTS going to have that first Mandelbrick and going straight into the area of the test range, actually.
Yeah, it's test range. Yep. Getting the first hand on the Mandelbrick, and I can see their Gizmo is already been setting up. But Zenith suddenly is already taken down. But God knows
the flamethrower. Why the flamethrower?
Okay, then.
It happened to Wheezy.
Flashback to Wheezy on the first map by the guard. I think Said or the operator that is guarding the 0 dam 2nd level. What happened to Wheezy, and now is happening to Zenith, but now not by a captain, but a freaking flamethrower that is being demolished by fire, and now I think the Mandelbrick is going to be decoded. The time countdown has already been going 3 minutes and 30 seconds. And now from the map we can see RRQ, ROG and EWG as well is going to be getting shorter and shorter and closer to the middle of the map, which GTS is currently holding the Mandelbrick. And Randis, of course, just going to wait for the contact from another team, trying to get some loot, some scrapping around the area on the test range to get at least some loot to get home, taking it to the safe box, or maybe if they're lucky, getting some red items. And now ROG is kind of changing their playstyle when they're playing so aggressive for the first, second, and the third map and getting punished every single time. Now they're playing a little bit wide, but now think they already aware of the position of the EWG Ghost playing on the second level of the bridge. Sushi getting tagged on, maybe how like 1 and a 4 of his HP get taken down, but easy fix for the field medic
Behind
right
them.
now.
Navi is there, and
Navi
Sushi goes
is getting
down.
the Sushi Olu Pizza Boy with the one. ROG is not in a safe situation now, Olu.
Yep, that is right. Pizza Boy actually got their hands on Sushi, and they did not see or did not count on Navi actually rotating from all the way from command center all the way to the bridge right here. And now ROG is in a really bad spot. As we know, they are pinched in the middle of the on the fight, but Pizza Boy goes down, traded by Stretch as the refragger, and Demon is the last one alive from ROG RBN on the left side of those water tanks right there. And Stretch would probably have already heard the movement from Demon right now, and they want to play it safe. Wheezy is going to stick it in onto Pizza Boy. They want to revive Pizza Boy and get back onto their 3 feet. And right now, Demon is the last one alive. From Stretch, trying to open up his utilities to kind of harass the Demon right there on top of that water tanks, but unable to do so. So they're just going to wait until Demon show himself. But on the other side, GTS already down into 1 minute remaining on their Mandelbrick decode. While Navi is fighting RBN, GTS is getting close by RRQ here using the Tempest. Beyond is trying to go ahead and challenge GTS on the top side of Centrifuge right here. Zanif trying to just delay the fight a little bit. Roll down from Beyond to find that kill, and these goes down. Zanif with the trade kill. Actually trying to go in is EWG. They heard the sounds, they heard the fighting, they went in and seized the Mandelbrick from the hands of GTS. Wow.
Finally, EWG making some noise, making some movements again to the Mandelbrick. And now Mew, 1 by 1, 2, 3 people from RRQ from the stairs trying to get Rendis getting up again, because Zanif is also on a setup right now, taking his teammates down. KC-17 not getting so much damage, but Mew getting punished by 3 people from RRQ. Mia with the kill, Savi and Beyond also getting the end for the GTS. And now Zenith is 1 person left, the last teammate from the GTS, and also getting wiped out by Savi. And suddenly GTS in a blink of an eye with ROG is taken down again from the lobby. And sadly ROG, as we've said before, we really want to see the step up that they need to take on this map, but again and again getting punished for the first 5 minutes of the game phase. Olu here.
Yes, EWG now is getting their hands on that decoding station. RRQ is trying to reset their game. They want to eventually get their hands on this Mandelbrick, but Executor has already closed in the gap. But they are out of here. Why? Why did they go out? They had a really good position, actually. They are not getting wrapped around by anyone. Navi is actually going to go and try to backstab EWG. If EWG got onto a fight with RRQ, it is a really... there's a high chance that Navi is going to be able to actually wipe out EWG from the ramp side. But right now, Wheezy is trying to just find out things, and Ido, ooh, Pizza Boy, dirty by Pizza Boy as he took down Maddox on the ramp side using his sniper rifle. Ghost left alone on the ramp. He is getting pushed by two other teams. Ghost alone fighting Pizza Boy, and Pizza Boy with full HP, ready to close down the gap, and EWG is out of this lobby. The decoding station is interrupted as Beyond now try to seize the Mandel Brick. Savi on that little doorway, trying to find the angle, trying to wait as Beyond is stuck on the Mandel Brick side. Probably Pizza Boy knows about this stretch, trying to throw an incendiary grenade onto the Mandel Brick decoding station. Beyond needs to get out of there real quick, real fast, and he does. It's a reset from RRQ again. This is really good position by RRQ.
I thought the Pizza Boy would, use his triple blaster onto the Mandel Brick, knowing Beyond was going to smash the Mandel Brick, but now I think it's too late. I think they're really aware of their flank. Executor, Amor Fari, and Mahan getting their foot to the left side of the connector now. Pizza Boy and the friends, which is Wheezy and Stretch, getting around to another point, getting around to another approach, which is the stairs from the indoor side of test range. And I think they really want to brief the RRQ from getting their hands into the Mandel Brick decoding station. And I don't think Executor gonna make another movement now. Pizza Boy trying to get closer and closer to the stairs angle, not knowing there's Mia there is holding the outside of the door from his position right there. Wheezy, I think they are about to set up their place. The Executor also getting pushed from the outside. RRQ not in a good position, Olu.
This is not actually a good position because they are being pinched from two sides of the map. And now Pizza Boy is trying to go and close the gap a little bit, but the jammer actually connects and doesn't let Pizza Boy actually went in for free. As we see, Executor trying to go ahead and seize that Mandel Brick. RRQ, they are losing their footings, and now the Mandel Brick is actually getting seized by Executor, finding the chances, knowing that the inside of Centrifuge is having a heavy fight between Na'Vi and RRQ, and they seize the Mandel Brick again. Now it goes down to the hands of Executor. RRQ is thinking a little bit whether or not they need to wipe out Na'Vi on the lower side of Centrifuge, or they need to seize the Mandel Brick from the hands of Executor, who are in the ramps. It's only left towards these three teams. So it is going to be the last team who went in, who probably is going to be successful on seizing the Mandel Brick in this round. But Na'Vi, this is still going to be their last, this is going to be their match point. We'll see if Na'Vi wants to go ahead and find another angle to approach this Mandel Brick fight. As Pizza Boy,
I think
as the IGL from Team Na'Vi actually.
They approach from the different side of the map, going to the center.
Three times actually.
Here,
yeah, they changed strats three times, and now they're changing again. They're changing again.
Oh my. They're playing like Warfare plays, changing around their strats. Even the tickets is going down, and now I can see the same play style from Nafi. Now Wilson from the left side of the connector. I think he's gonna be gap step.
Mahan is there.
Taking down. Beyond getting out now, but oh my, Amor Fati is the one who is getting big punished by Stretch here.
Third party.
For the second one, Wilson goes down, Olu.
Yep, and Pizza Boy successfully finished the two players from EWG, and now it's just left to Mahan to actually defend this 40 seconds, but Mahan gets briefly interrupted in that little spot right there. Stretch actually burning him down with that incendiary grenade. Now Pizza Boy trying to look up into the Mandel Brick, seizing it, and Mea trying to take a peek but unsuccessful. Now the Mandel Brick is going down to the hands of Na'Vi, where Navi is actually having the upper hand because RRQ needs to push out of that room of centrifuge to actually touch the Mandel brick. And this is a huge advantage for Navi. If RRQ actually want to seize the Mandel brick, they need to go out. But the angles, of course, is going to be watched from every direction by Navi as we see Stretch just on that little head glitch over in that doorway, trying to hold Savi down. Savi doesn't have a real good idea. Savi does have a real good idea where Stretch is because he heard on that incendiary grenade, but Beyond needs to utilize his EAD device to actually try and seize that Mandel break. 43 points gathered by Navi, the most out of all the groups, out of all the teams right now. It's a really good spot, being held down by Navi. RRQ needs to swing hard on the three of them to actually try to have a chance to find the seize. 40 seconds left.
It's gonna be very tight. Looking down on RRQ like this, they have to get the Mandel brick first, and now of course Beyond with the ult needs to be followed out, but their team is going out. Drill starts also out. Triple blaster going on. Very ugly fight here. So many utility, and now Savi with the backstab. Weezy getting one. Beyond also getting one. Beyond on 3 kill streak. And there it is! RRQ with the comeback. Remontada is here, and now RRQ is going to be getting the Mandel brick Olu.
Yep, that is right. The perfect execution done by the side of RRQ. As I said, they need to do a 3-man swing onto one of the players, but they actually found 2. They found Wheezy and Pizza Boy in the same spot. Stretch was not in a good position at all. He tried to delay the doorway of RRQ, who wants to get out from the left door, but he actually got caught up with his own Uluru ulti. So the loitering munition actually damages him and makes him a little bit on the half HP side. So that's why Stretch kinda had to fall back. But in that instance, RRQ apes the 2 remaining players of Team Navi and was able to win the numbers game. And they eventually found Stretch on that ramp area, and now RRQ got their hands on that Mandel brick. Zanken, how do you feel about this last fight from Team RRQ?
I was thinking Navi was like 90% chance to close this map and close their match point, but what I just saw from RRQ is one of the best like strategic combination between one each other of these 3 people in one operation teams. They're on the disadvantage, you know. They have to get the Mandel brick because the seizing was did by the Navi side of the team, and RRQ was in the centrifuge trying to get their way to snatch it without getting punished by the utility of Navi. But what they did right there, Beyond with the ulti and getting followed up by the stinger smoke by Mia and Savi. Also Beyond pushing Navi onto 2 different angles, getting backstab, getting the first high ground and punish them in one way. And I think it's one of the best moments in operation when you think one team is already dominating too much and getting the match point, also closing the map first, but the mentality of RRQ that was being in a disadvantage, getting their remontada, getting their comeback to punish Navi and seize their Mandel brick. Now they're in a draw for the Mandel brick. They have 1 each, and the next map, which is the map 5th in Space City, is going to be the decider who will be closing this match first. Either it's gonna be Navi or RRQ, because from the past matches, I cannot see how GTS, Executor, EWG, and ROG are gonna take their control over this match. They have been playing not that well. There have been showing some, strategic approach, but they haven't been able to like make an advantage of all of it. They've been keeping on some third parties and other third parties, but in the end they're just gonna get beat up and punished by either Navi or RRQ here. All but in the next map is probably going to be close to Navi or RRQ.
Yep, that is correct. RRQ played this match really well, they went into centrifuge, they killed off RBN, and then they got every other team that tried to push into the buoyancy decoding station got delayed by them, and they tried to kill each other. And as we see, Executor getting executed actually by Navi from the back. EWG also tried to get in, and they got wiped again by the other teams. RRQ just found the perfect opportunity. The last two remaining teams was Navi and RRQ again, and as we said from the previous match, the storyline in this group probably is just the two of them actually. The other teams need to step up, but it just looks like they got caught out of nowhere. RBN got caught all the way in the back, in the water tank area near the bridge by Navi, getting backstabbed. Navi spawned in the central command, from printing. They rotated around the map, tried to find the lurking squads, and they found RBN trying to lurk around, but RBN just didn't have any chances right now. So I want to see them become a little bit more active towards the end game. Of course, trying to get their hands onto that Mandelbrick. EWG tried to contest, but they were backstabbed again by Navi. And so for Executor, they almost went in. They got a great position on the middle side of the map. They just need to try and challenge the Mandelbrick, but they still got delayed by RRQ, and eventually they go down. So it's just the matter of Navi versus RRQ right now, and as we want to see more of that Mandelbrick fight, we are also going to get into a little short break for you guys to have a sip of coffee. So we'll see you in a bit. Goodbye. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Delta Force National Championship Season 3 SEA Operations PC Edition. We saw a spicy fight coming out of that last endgame. We saw again the rivalry between Na'Vi and RRQ as the last two squads, and RRQ is actually coming up on top of Na'Vi this time. We saw in the second round that RRQ dropped down to Na'Vi, but this time around they got the upper hand, Zanken. How do you feel about that?
Yep. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a little bit more tight match on the next map, which is match 5, right, Olu? It's gonna be a little bit more hard. It's gonna be more competitive because Na'Vi and RRQ is on a draw for holding the Mandel Brick right now, and even though Na'Vi has more loot points and kill points, but one Mandel Brick can change anything in this map. And Space City, looking for the 5th map, I think they are all going to be all in for the attachment, for the gears, for the bullets, getting some golden bullets and getting some tier 5 and tier 6 armors. And now looking to the highlight, we can see that ROG is the one who is getting punished first by Pizza. Maybe Pizza Boy getting knocked first, of course, by Demon, but what they did here is a pure teamwork. Now Beyond punishing GTS that is holding inside of Centrifuge, and now the one left is Zanif, who is also getting wiped out by Savi. And now this is how EWG is getting punished. Backstep from the connector by Pizza Boy, getting 2 kills, and the last kills getting also by Pizza Boy. 3 people getting onto his hand. Now also Executor getting demolished by Na'Vi that is holding from the connector, and the last kill, which is Mahen, is getting tugged out by Triple Blaster right there, and only giving out Na'Vi and RRQ for the last battle. And looking at this, Beyond with the ulti, follow up by Mia Stinger Smoke Savi, which is the game changer, pushing from right side. Beyond with the jump shot and securing the match right there. Always, I'm feeling more excited for this 5th match because it's gonna be one hell of a match. Na'Vi with the 33.38 million loot and chased by 22.59 by RRQ, 24 kills by Na'Vi and 18 for RRQ. The total score is maybe a little big, to be honest, 40 to 29, 11 point difference, but again and again, Mandel Brick is the match executor. Here is gonna be the game-changing moments. Who is going to get the next Mandel Brick on Space City? And looking at the maps, we can see Tight Prison getting executed by RRQ very well, even though Na'Vi has the upper hand. And for the map for round 4, Space City also getting topped off by RRQ here, Olu.
Yeah, I think the other teams need to kind of reconcile with each other, whether or not they actually want to have a better rotation. We see RBN trying to rat out EWG on the bridge side, but they aren't successful because they got caught off by the rotation from Na'Vi. Actually, it was an unconditional rotation from Na'Vi. We'll give props to them, but again, the other teams just didn't really have a chance to actually try and contest the Mandel Brick. We saw GTS actually decoded first onto the Buoyancy Lab decoding station, but then they got wiped by RRQ inside of that centrifuge area. While Executor tried their, they wanted to go in from the ramp side. They got the Cs, but then all of a sudden they didn't count of the Na'Vi actually coming in from the ramp side underneath Hudson to go into the ramp and actually executing them. So it is very unfortunate. They need to be more aware, these other teams outside of GTS, outside of RRQ and Navi. They need to be more aware of where the other team's position is, because we know that there are sounds being made on the rocket near the rocket mission, and as we see right now, we are going to see an all-out war between 4 actual teams here. We see Navi pulling up their tier 5. We see RRQ pulling up that tier 5. EWG on that 2 players, Ghost and Maddox. And the rest on GTS and ROG RBN is actually pulling up their tier 5. So this is going to be an all-out war. RRQ and Navi is going to try to wipe everyone else in this lobby, as we see Wheezy now.
Yep.
Navi spawning on that tier 3 spawns. EWG getting that tier 2 spawns over on the west gate. GTS also getting that tier 2 spawns, while RBN getting that tier 1 spawn, but doesn't really want to cross all the way to the Mandelbrick station yet. They want to assess the situation. They want to map out the teams. They want to try to get a pick of the people that are behind him, but I don't know. This strat from RBN kind of looks sketchy, actually. They got their tier 1 spawns, but they don't want to take any advantages of them. As we see, Beyond still going to the centrifuge area. They are going to wait for the Mandelbrick to spawn, and now it has spawned in the middle of the map, and Beyond is trying to get his hands on the first Mandelbrick decode, and Beyond will successfully take that Mandelbrick and try to go in to their winning position on the last map on the centrifuge area and the buoyancy lab decoding station. They are going to still be holding this area down for themselves.
Yeah, looking at the Mandelbrick seizing point, I think it's gonna be a flashback, like a little bit looking back of what happened on the last match. We see RRQ getting their hand on the Mandelbrick, demolishing Navi. But now RRQ is going to be the first team who take their hands on the Mandelbrick and just waiting for the other teams to, take the control or take the fights on the Mandelbrick. And as we see, Executor spawning from dormitory, chased by the EWG, and then I think on the test range, ROG is already be crawling around there, trying to make some movements and awareness towards the core area. And again, Navi from the bridge, getting from printing, I think just running around, and I think they're gonna open the bridge to actually make some switching from the bridge to the core area as well. And now GTS already on the CEO area, just running around, take some loot, because RRQ has already taken the decode to the Mandelbrick, but it's still 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. Lots of time, lots of space for the GTS to take advantage of, trying to hold their stabs, playing sneaky peeky little footy right here. I think they wanna try to surprise the RRQ from the up top. They're taking around more spaces from up top, and as we can see, Demon there got, I think it's a military server, getting 1.4 million for the loot box. I think it's a really
pretty good.
Still valuable, very good, but for the kill points all the week, as we can see, the total score, the disparagement is so high, so wide between ROG and the top leaderboard.
I mean, ROG RBN is trying their best to actually play too passive. I think it's just too passive. They want to go and take up some space near the core area, but they, on the last 3 maps, they just got caught off guard, So GTS now on the CEO side, they're just going to hold on to their pretty little CEO area, while RRQ is still uncontested in this decoding station.
1 minute and 30 seconds.
1 minute and 30 seconds. Nobody is getting close to this Mandelbrick station. Is this going to be an RRQ win? But as we see, as we are speaking right now, EWG is coming straight and trying to get their hands into that centrifuge area from the ramp side. Na'Vi might get caught by EWG if they are not careful here, but EWG says, wait a minute, we want them to fight first. We don't want to be the first team to actually engage on the fight. But as we see, Mea trying to pick around the lower side of centrifuge. Didn't spot, but here's Pizza Boy pulling up his Tempest, and RBN making the move as the first team to get into the seizing station. And is he going to be able to seize the Manowar? Yes, he can. And now Pizza Boy drops too, and Mia and Beyond drops down to the ground. RRQ left with one more player to their names. EWG going into the fight late and try to seize their mana brick for themselves and successfully do it. RRQ got caught, split on that decision, and now Savi drops Pizza Boy to the ground. Stretch doing 1v1, and RRQ is out of the lobby. What a fight done by Na'Vi.
Oh my god!
Oh my days! What a strat from Na'Vi, letting them RRQ actually went into panic mode, and Pizza Boy using that Tempest trying to make Beyond, and Mia actually lost focus there a little bit and got caught by Pizza Boy all of a sudden. And now the seizing station is being held by EWG. Wow, what a fight.
To be fair, RRQ getting pushed by three different
squads
teams in three different angles. Like,
yeah, that is true. That is true.
How they would react. I think, yeah, they would react like less focused, because three different angles, three different streams, like 9 people pushing you at every single angles, you know. But Na'Vi again and again and again. How do they keep getting away with this Olu? Na'Vi, with every time they TP, every time they be the third party, they're always being the successful teams.
You know what? I think it's all about timing, you know? When we play Warfare, you know, the timings that we send our tanks in as a commander, you know, both of us in our respective teams, we want that tanks to go in at the exact same time where the infantry is going in. And so maybe it's about that timing. Na'Vi just went in on the perfect time, you know? EWG went in, RBN run into this to seize that mana break, but as we see right now, Cap trying to find that angle onto Zenith and pull up that Uluru ulti. Loitering munition did not connect. EWG have 60 seconds on the clock. Well, now RBN drops down to execute. My hand is down. Right now, GTS trying to fight off EWG. EWG has 40 seconds on the clock, but now Pizza Boy with his Tempest actually able to seize that mana brick from the hands of EWG that is getting backstabbed by GTS. And now EWG actually get wiped off the map. Na'Vi is still in this race.
God, Miu.
And Miu drops down. RBN left into one player while the 2 gets down from the hands of Executor. Oh my god, what is happening in this match? Everybody's just killing everybody, but Na'Vi took that opportunity and become the one who's holding the mana brick right now. Oh, see, again, the timing is always perfect for Na'Vi.
Yeah. Exactly. I agree that the timing that they're having currently or in the last 4 matches is immaculate. The way they have been taking advantages of the TPs, taking advantages of their spawns, their locations, their angles, their timing is immaculate. They're very, very good at, you know, taking advantage and taking the value out of their positions and their rotation. And now Pi maybe is going to try to get the decode again. Miu and Randis and the rest of the GTS trying to get closer and closer to the decoding station again. The Stretch with the PKM or the M250 getting Miu down to the ground.
60 seconds back on the clock. RBN is fighting Executor inside, but Executor get wiped on one person. Now it's left to the two players only for the Executor inside of the buoyancy life and drop down another one. Wilson gets down by Pei. Now GTS is still on a 3-man squad. ROG RBN is still looking for that last member of Executor inside of the buoyancy life, but they need to try and seize this Mandel Brick. Right now, Navi is trying to delay the Mandel Breach siege, but they are not lucky enough. They didn't find the spray onto GTS and they seized the Mandel Brick. Now Mandel Bricks is decoded by GTS. RBN trying to look forward and find that angle to actually seize it for themselves, but they went out again. They don't want to fight this team to fight for the Mandel Brick yet. They want to wipe out Executor, and right now Pai pushing in with his frag grenade on hand, trying to wipe out Executor. Let's see if he's successful. He drops one. Amor Fati drops to the hands of the player from RBN. Pai trying to get this Wilson 1 HP. Sushi coming in with the flashlight and gets Wilson. Executor is out of the race. Right now, 1 minute remaining from GTS decoding. Pizza Boy could open up his EED device to try and get that Mandel Brick stretch. Throwing out his smokes. Trying to secure that Mandel Brick for themselves. Wheezy trying to delay the movement from GTS. Pizza Boy got caught. Right now, Pizza Boy going into the Mandel Brick siege. No, it's not enough. 30 seconds on the clock. Pizza Boy is down. And Pizza Boy trying to find his footings, but Stretch gets blown away by the squad of GTS. They still have a chance. 25 seconds on the clock. RBN out of nowhere. Trying to siege, but no, says Miu. Miu gets in. Find the kill onto Sushi, but he drops down as well. 2 versus 2 versus 2 right now. 10 seconds to go. 8 seconds. 7 seconds. Is RBN going to be able to seize that Mandel Brick? And they gets it. Oh my god. ROG RBN gets it on the very last second. And now, oh my god, GTS actually drops down to Navi because they aren't focusing on Navi, they are focusing on RBN. And now it's a 2v2 between ROG RBN and Navi.
And both team has already been left by 2 people left on each team. Olu, Pizza Boy, and Wheezy on the Navi side of the team. And I think from the ROG, one of them is already be taken down. I think in Sushi,
it's Demon and Pai left
the Demon and Pai that have to be taken. The Mandel Brick now 40 seconds to go for Pizza Boy and Wheezy now trying to take their time to revive Stretch, trying to play man advantage, closing the door, making sure no one is picking from the right side of the map. And I think it's gonna be a tight one. Looking at Pizza Boy having...
They're preparing.
I think it's a little bit closer to his ult. Now Pizza Boy, ulti is not gonna be taken out. 15 more seconds. Demon trying to get closer and closer now! Wheezy getting part of the hand. Last player, Demon getting also down. And Navi is gonna secure their match for this game, Olu.
Oh, what a great play. 50 total score from Navi, and they secure their second Mandel Brick. And Navi is going to be the winner of this group by closing it out with 2 Mandel Bricks. What a perfect situation. They did open up the smokes. They did waste their ulti on that Luna from Wheezy, but they didn't instantly go in. They baited Demon to actually go into that Mandel Brick area and baited Pai to actually over peek the Mandel Brick position, but they didn't push in. They tried to look for the kills. They know if they actually finish off the 2 last remaining squad members from RBN, then the decoding station will be interrupted. And so they did. They revived. They played patiently. Did not do the same mistake as they did on that last round versus RRQ. This time around, Navi says this is our game. This is our group. I'm sorry, but we are the reigning champions of this group. And we'll see upon the next matches how Group B, of course, will unfold. But we know for sure the kings of Group A will be crowned for Navi. How do you feel watching of this, this first actual operations match getting unfolded in front of your eyes, Zanken? How do you feel about it?
I feel really excited, and I feel really, having some heartbeats and like little moments that making my heart drag a little bit more to the edge, and my adrenaline getting pushed out as well. But on this map, I think it's one of the best Mandelbrot fights for this group, because how Navi still alive even though they already got punished by one person. I think a stretch is already been punished, leaving 2 person left for Navi to fight around for the Mandelbrot. But getting GTS, I thought GTS was going to get the Mandelbrot because they have 3 people. They have the Mandelbrot on their hand, just waiting for the time, getting some, some anchor points, some setups to just secure the Mandelbricks to their hands. But no, Navi refusing to lose, refusing to surrender, getting their guns to shoot them heads, trying to get the upper ground and punishing GTS while they're already focusing on RBN and getting their second Mandelbrot. Or how do you think? Do you agree that this is one of the best Mandelbrot fights for this group particularly?
I mean, you know what? Props to them. They did a lot of things in this game, especially on the first Mandelbrot rounds, also in the second Mandelbrot rounds that RRQ won. They just misplayed it a little bit. I think Navi could have had closed the game on that 4th round, but they kind of played it a little bit greedy, as they played a little bit more clumped up on Wheezy and Pizza Boy. And this game particularly, they did not do the same mistake. They acknowledged they did something wrong on that game where RRQ decoded the Mandelbrot. They went in, talk it out, and we saw out of this game how that problem was eventually get cut down, and they did get their second Mandelbrot. And I think a really strong match shown by Navi. It's not only because of their gunfights, it's also upon their approach to every single fight. They got a couple of kills outside of the zones, out of the core areas where the Mandelbrot is actually getting decoded. They know where to rotate their players. They know how to get that perfect backstep. We see they backstep RBN, they backstep EWG, they backstep RRQ, they backstep every team that is in this group. So they have a sense of this really good map awareness and where to go, their direction of play, where do you want to fight, and where the other teams could have stayed. And they want to get that first wipe on the other teams. And as we see, their kill points also is not, it's not because they only rotated around the map. No, they got all their kill points. They got all their loot. They are the perfect team. I think Group A, props to the other teams, but they need to do a lot more. Not a little more, but a lot more to actually fight this Navi lineup.
Yep, I have to give props to this Navi team, particularly for their approach, as you've said, their awareness, not just by the gunfights. I know hands down their aim is one of the best on the game right now, but the way that they trying to get the confrontations about the guns blazing around, backstabbing another teams, making these teams not really aware of where they came from. Like, for instance, the way that Executor playing on the left side of the connector, they don't know that they're being backstabbed on with Navi from the back, and wiping 3 people in a blink of an eye, just guns out and then headshots all over the map. and then just getting the loot out of them, getting their kill points, and no one has been able to actually punish them. If we're talking about the first map, maybe Na'Vi has been getting punished from the first map. We see they're playing from the river bank, getting tucked on, getting in a sketchy situations. Okay, they cannot get out of there. They're getting punished as well by the RBN and RRQ, and also by the GTS who is winning their map on the first one. But on the second, the third, and the fourth, until at the fifth, no one has been able to actually punish Na'Vi.
I mean, I think it comes down to the rotation, really. We don't see other teams actually doing the same rotation that Na'Vi does, because Na'Vi actually rotated centrifuge about 4 times in that decoding in all of the Space City map. We know that the decoding station that is used is the one that is in front of centrifuge, and in that centrifuge building itself, they rotated around 4 times in the same game through all of the entrance to that building. You know, they went from the ramp. Okay, we aren't able to get any angle on this team of RRQ inside of the centrifuge area, so we go from the basement. We don't find that exact angle on the RBN, so we go down from the middle side, middle bridge, you know. And so other teams doesn't really do the same rotation as they do. RBN stayed on the buoyancy lab for the longest time. Executor came in from behind of the buoyancy lab. They went from dormitory, they went straight into buoyancy lab, faced RBN inside. GTS went from ramp, but they didn't go really anywhere from the ramp, and so they got punished by Na'Vi on the end, near the end of the match, while they were being robbed. Their metal brick is being robbed by the by RBN squad. So I think it's just the matter of positioning and rotation from Na'Vi. As we see here, all of a sudden, Pizza Boy just pushed RRQ inside of the centrifuge area. Stretch getting the kill on the last kill onto Savvy, while RBN tried to fight, you know, Executor on the buoyancy lab for about, I don't know, 5 minutes. But everybody is just staying on the same spot, while Na'Vi continuously changing spots. Na'Vi, after wiping the RRQ, went inside the centrifuge area. Okay, they find that centrifuge area for themselves, but then they saw GTS on the ramp. They went to ramp to actually wipe out GTS, and so it is a lot of strategies being thrown down. Like look at this. They wiped GTS out of the map quite instantly, and this is the last play that I've been talking about. They opened up the smokes, they opened the Luna ult, but they didn't instantly go for the C's. They want to wipe out RBN first, and I think this is a really, really good showing of gameplay from Team Na'Vi.
Yep, if I'm not mistaken, it was 3-second split, or 3-second split before the ROG getting their hand on their first mantle break. But how patient that these teams, which is Na'Vi, play their match, and as you've said, the way they have been changing positions, not just standing around on the same exact location, it's making them having more advantage to, you know, messing around with the other team's minds, especially on the RRQ side. They was getting their hands on the mantle brick pretty close, I think around 30 seconds left, but at that 30 seconds mark, they already getting pushed by 3 different angles, especially Na'Vi from the lower side of the centrifuge, whereas they backstabbed them, and Savi didn't know. Mia, as the one who got knocked down first, doesn't know a clue about the whereabouts of the Na'Vi team. And now looking at this group, it's been a hell of a matches from the first map to the 5th map, but I think we have to agree Na'Vi has been dominating these matches. And how do you feel about the second group, which, if I'm not mistaken, there is ROG as well, ROG by RBN, and then we have Flanker, and we have other teams. How do you feel? Do you think that the second match is going to be more competitive? Like, I mean, it's gonna be more tight, you know, tighter than this group? Or does it gonna be more like dominated by the ROG as the first CD?
I don't know. Probably the second group, Group B, will have a tighter competition, to be honest, because we see here in this group, particularly on Group A, we don't see a lot of contestation of the Mando bricks or either the defensive position of each of the teams here. We only saw Navi and RRQ actually destroying everybody in the group pretty much, but I think Group B, it's a little bit more competitive because we have teams such as ROG, Flanker, who is known as one of the dark horse of the team because they have a really good positioning in the game. Of course, we have Onyx, Evos, Tarul, and of course, last but not least, we have M5, who is the reigning champions to this competition from Season 2. So I think it will be much more closer between the teams. We don't have that big discrepancy. So of course, right now we are going to a short break for you guys. We are going to Group B. Goodbye, everybody. See you on Group B matches. Don't go anywhere.
Received an emergency transmission from Hadawi, a Havoc nuclear engineer. Patching through.
This is AZ-3 facility. Reactor 2 has been sabotaged. Havoc internal forces can't handle this threat anymore. You're all I've got left.
We're running blind on intel for the AO. But this region is at high risk of a nuclear incident. Keep the following in mind. Shoot, loot, then pack the scoop.
The signal is clear. Take action. It's okay here. Not too cold.
Experiment 66 is projected to conclude in T-minus 3 hours. All units submit safety risk assessments on schedule.
I've got a reading.
No hazmat suits? Raise them!
Let's make it quick.
Enjoy the bomb!
So eager to die. Excellent.
I don't know what's happening, but reactor output is still climbing. And security thinks I'm behind this. They're coming for me. GTI, move it, now!
Key verified. Access granted. Hostile signal detected. Lethal action authorized.
Damn it! Someone take control of this piece of junk!
Entering manual mode. Executing command.
Those bastards in fusion research won't authorize shutdown because of their experiment timeline. I know better than anyone how important this research is. Hold this position. Once I finish calibration, use that console to insert the control rods immediately. Data set. Follow me. I know somewhere the signal can get through.
Steam explosion at reactor 2. Incident level confirmed. Estimated contamination radius.
Careful! Don't fall! We're outside the signal blackout zone. Upload the data package to Skynet immediately. Encryption keys in the archive. Just send it!
Critical alert. Reactor power output has critically exceeded safety thresholds. Core meltdown imminent. All personnel evacuate immediately. Priority alert. Hydrogen explosion at reactor 2. Incident level confirmed. INDS scale 7. Major accident. All personnel evacuate beyond contamination zone immediately. Estimated spread radius 3.7 kilometers. Correction, 9.2 kilometers. Correction, 24.9 kilometers. Correction, 45.3 kilometers. Correction, 79.8 kilometers.
that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data... This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed. You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Received an emergency transmission from Hadawi, a Havoc nuclear engineer. Patching through.
This is AC-3 facility. Reactor 2 has been sabotaged. Havoc internal forces can't handle this threat anymore. You're all I've got left.
We're running blind on intel for the AO. But this region is at high risk of a nuclear incident. Keep the following in mind. Shoot, loot, then pack the scoop.
The signal is clear. Take action. It's okay here. Not too cold.
Experiment 66 is projected to conclude in T-minus 3 hours. All units submit safety risk assessments on schedule.
I've got a reading.
No hazmat suits? Raise them!
Let's make it quick.
Enjoy the bomb!
So eager to die. Excellent.
I don't know what's happening, but reactor output is still climbing. And security thinks I'm behind this. They're coming for me. GTI, move it, now!
Key verified. Access granted. Hostile signal detected. Lethal action authorized.
Damn it! Someone take control of this piece of junk!
Entering manual mode. Executing command.
Those bastards in fusion research won't authorize shutdown because of their experiment timeline. I know better than anyone how important this research is. Hold this position. Once I finish calibration, use that console to insert the control rods immediately. Data set. Follow me. I know somewhere the signal can get through.
Steam explosion at Reactor 2. Incident level confirmed. INTS scale 5. Estimated contamination radius.
Careful! Don't fall! We're outside the signal blackout zone. Upload the data package to Skynet immediately. Encryption keys in the archive. Just send it!
Critical alert. Reactor power output has critically exceeded safety thresholds. Core meltdown imminent. All personnel, evacuate immediately. Priority alert. Hydrogen explosion at Reactor 2. Incident level confirmed. INTS scale 7. Major accident. All personnel evacuate beyond contamination zone immediately. Estimated spread radius, 3.7 kilometers. Correction, 9.2 kilometers. Correction, 24.9 kilometers. Correction, 45.3 kilometers. Correction, 79.8 kilometers.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data... This doesn't add up.
Just deal with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valves closed. You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Welcome back, operators, to the Delta Force National Championship Season 3 operations, and of course the PC version. Now back again with me, Zanken, and my partner in crime.
It's Olu, of course.
Yes, your Halal Commander, and we back again and going forward to the next group. But before we move on to the next group, Olu, I still want to talk about the A group one more time before we move on. Of course, Na'Vi has been showing great performances, followed by RRQ, Savi, Bion, and Mie. But the other teams, sadly, I think they're just feeling under the weather, you know, like GTS, ROG to be precise. I think they have multiple times that they can take advantage of their position or of their momentum, but they can't seem to, you know, take all those value to add up to their points, making Na'Vi and RRQ just fighting each other for the top leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the teams in Group A got caught up in a crossfire which aren't favorable for any of them, you know. And sometimes, if we see GTS on that last map, they got caught at the exact same time, at the exact scenario that RRQ was actually was when RRQ was actually decoding and got wiped by Na'Vi. And it's the same team again. Na'Vi wiped GTS off the map, and it happens throughout the 5 rounds that they played. It's either Na'Vi or RRQ is going to wipe out the whole lobby. And I think the other teams need to actually step up their game, play a little bit more strategically, maybe talk about the rotation they are going to do, as we see here right now on the leaderboards. Na'Vi got their 2 Mandel breaks with 46 million asset and 31 skills, wrapping up the group with 54 total score for this week. I mean, it goes a long mile for the other teams to actually catch up to this type of score. And I think on the Group B, it's not going to be as far of a gap as it is right now. We saw EWG, Executor, and also ROG need to actually step up their game. They cannot just stay in the exact same spot for too long. You need to look at Na'Vi, who is constantly roaming around the map, trying to find that angles from every different direction they could. While RRQ is more of a defensive kind of team, they hold their ground to the fullest, and they got what they wanted. As we saw on the 4th round, that they decoded their Mandelbrick. So I think personally, Group A has this two huge powerhouse, while in Group B, I think it's a more of the same level kind of gameplay is going to be shown in Group B, I think.
Yeah, I agree with you. What we've seen, especially from the leaderboard, the disparagement between teams and each other. For specific, it's Navi with the 46 million loot, and also getting 31 kill points is huge, making around 54 in total score. As a Warfare player, I saw some matches of Operation, some leaderboards, but seeing 2 Mandelbricks and 46 million plus top of the mind of the kill points as well is something, as you've said, it's a perfect team for this group. Okay, the Navi is playing so perfect today as a team, as a hive mind, making balance between Mandelbricks, assets, and kill points. Because some point at some matches that I've saw in the past, when teams get 2 Mandelbricks or they have millions of assets, they usually doesn't get that much of kill points. But what I've seen here, that Navi showed that you can actually balance it out. You can play aggressive by your positioning, doing third parties to other teams, getting your loot from their bodies, getting some red items as well because of the rotations, and also taking care of their Mandelbricks. And what I need to give props to them is their patience in order to get their Mandelbricks. They don't want to do the first approach. They waited for other teams to get that Mandelbrick on their hands first and snatch it out on the last minute. And now I'm getting excited as well, as we've talked about in the earlier phase, about the Group B, which contains ROG, RBN. We have also Flanker that have Big Z and their friends. I forgot about their names, but of course Big Z is the one of the highlighted. And if I'm not mistaken, Flanker was banned from by Navi because I think they respect the Flanker. That's why they don't want to play Flanker in the same group, and they picked EWG. And from the Group B, ROG community banned RRQ from their group and picked M5. What do you think about this?
That is correct. That means, well, our ROG are pretty much... ROG wanted to fight the reigning champions on M5, actually. It shows confidence, but at the same time, do you really want to have the Season 2 winners in the same group? This happens yesterday with the mobile teams, who has Underdog FPS on the same group with one of the teams that are actually going to be in the top 2. So it is going to be a real good treat to see these teams actually going head to head inside of the first game on Zero Dam. And of course, we all know and love Zero Dam will start off really slow, but at the 5-minute marks, or maybe another southern side will break out all of a sudden and every team will be wiped off the map. And here we are going to see a lot of the operators are usually the standards. We see the blinder getting wasted on this map because we don't really see blinders being useful on Space City, and Brakkesh is going to be spent on this map for their smoker, for that airdrops, of course. And we are going to see Flanker and Tarung Valhalla actually getting that tier 1 spawns, while Onyx and M5 is going to have that tier 2 spawns, and ROG and FO is going to get that tier 3 spawns. And as we see right now, from the side of couple of teams are just going to go around and loot up some valuable items, trying to find a way to get into that possibly admin area to fight some of the teams right there. As we see Milky actually take down Captain Said right now. It's not
Yep.
what happened to Wheezy on the last group, of course.
Still
Remember
bringing that
Wheezy?
up. Still bringing that up.
Yep, and of course, here Dim's actually
item?
finding
Oh,
a
never mind.
military satellite here on the pole
M-com,
station. And of course, if you killed the Saed, he's going to give a pretty good loot for Team Valhalla right there, actually. So it's some nice assets to bring back to the lobby as EVOS now. Still staying inside of the cement plant, not really making a move, trying to use their silver wing to spot out one of the Onyx members that are in the barracks area. Prop still doing absolutely nothing while we are going to see the first engagement going on right now between Tarung Valhalla and also Flanker here on the administration area. With their tier 1 spawns, actually, they're just going to play a little bit more safer, pulling it back a little bit, going back actually to the eastern wing. They don't want any trouble going against Tarung Valhalla here. Just checking out. Looks like Flanker doesn't want any trouble going against Tarung Valhalla on this tier 1 spawn, actually. So they just want to pull back and try to loot as much as they can of the eastern wing, and they opened up the CEO office. But ROG, they are making a move right into the containers and the kick door of the eastern side of admin. What do you think about this? ROG trying to get their hands onto Flanker here.
Yeah, I think they're gonna make some movement here because RICRT having his Silver Bird going on right now, and Kreko with the D-Wolf trying to get some spaces onto the first level and getting, I think he got a key card right there.
Key card.
And Flanker, I suppose they already been aware of the whereabouts of the ROG. And Tarung Valhalla on the other side of the map, which is, I think they're from the west side. Yeah, I think they know about the whereabouts of the other team, especially the Flanker. I don't know, but do they know the ROG has already been controlling the first level? Now looking back to Onyx, Allegra, Frost, and Guzman trying to control the cement plant. I think they're already aware about the whereabouts of the EVOS team, which is Prop CTRLZ, and trying to get some early picks, not wanting to go a little bit more aggressive towards the cement plant because they have the upper ground right now, trying to play the safest points possible and waiting for the EVOS teams to make the blunder first. Just Juice there. Having some fossil,
little one
for 342 alloy. Now ROG making the first contact, obviously, to the flanker side, making some movement on the second level now, going into secret. And now, oh, so close. CRT having some crossfire to the Just Juice right there. And now Kreko doing the first contact, triple blaster going on. And what do you think? Do you think the flanker would gonna demolish ROG because they are tucked in on secret right now, not in a good position?
I mean, I think they're going to ape this team right now. Flanker using their smokes, using their utilities already been extended right now. They are running out of utilities. I think they're just going to pull out actually. They wasted some of their ultis. They wasted some of their other magnetic bombs. The smokes ran out. So they don't want to really push this, especially with the toxic ulti being on cooldown after they wasted it on just Kreko himself. And now, but we see Tarung Valhalla actually kind of closing in onto Team ROG on the secret door right there. They are going to just assess the situation real quick. Flanker has already gone down onto secret, just waiting around. They don't want to risk being the first squad that being wiped. Just
I think
play
Tarung
it really
Valhalla
slow.
thought that Flanker and ROG has already been on a fight, a confrontational, but eventually they found out that they're not even exchanging fire right now. They really want to TP, they really want to play that third party, but they realize that I think Flanker and ROG hasn't been able to exchange the fight as what the Tarung Valhalla wants, and I can see the M5 going for the airdrop now. Milk with the ace file here, just holding around on the office, and Dims with the CI-19 still
It's
going
actually
for
going to
Onyx
be
now.
Onyx.
CTRLZ is taken down, and Onyx trying to push in, make a little bit more spaces right now. Going with the QBZ and Dog, trying to get some pick, but getting punished so miserably. Guzman taking more spaces, getting closer and getting closer with the fire and bomb. C4 magnetic bomb on the way, making Prop has no more spaces to control. Now, a push is going down. Guzman with the blaster going down. Prop going down as well. One person left from the EVOS, which is, I think, CTRLZ has been going nuts right now. Oh, I think it's Undog. The one
left.
and only.
Left
I think it's gonna be
alone.
punished right now. Yep. Down like that,
Undog
just in a
goes
blink
down.
of an eye. One camera drone showing us that EVOS gonna be taken down with 500k profits, but not enough. Onyx take the lead, Olu.
Yep, Onyx take the lead. They took the first engagement right around that cement plant area, but now ROG is trying to push into Tarung Valhalla as we see the EMP goes out. Kreko trying to smoke out the door so they don't have a good enough angle for Tarung Valhalla to actually pick one up of the player from ROG. So they're just going to play it safe. And again, they wasted utilities. They don't want to waste the utilities in the beginning of the fight. Mick actually already wasted his Nox ult. So there's no Nox ult for another 90 seconds potentially. Because Milk is actually the only player that is playing Nox. So this is going to be a pretty different approach from this lobby compared to the last one we saw, where Nox was actually getting utilized a lot on that group. But this one, we only have one Nox. So the admin center doesn't... your screen, when you are in the admin area, is not going to go all blurry all of a sudden, you know, because of the Nox ult. So it's pretty good to see that there are some strategical plays being, not wasted here. Of course, they can do the 2 Noxes on the tight prison round, on the eco round on round 3. We see as the second airdrop is actually going to go down on the east side of the map, near just below
Major,
the
I
admin. Yeah, it is on the substation area. Of course, M5 is around that area, so they could easily just have 2 airdrops for themselves without even actually fighting any teams. So we see ROG trying to make their move. Their utilities is up. Image actually wasted his ult but get delayed by another toxic ult from Team Tarung. But they just want to cross the road, actually. They crossed the bridge. They took part on the west side of the admin area, while Milk trying to push up with his Nox ult, trying to find that angle on all of these footsteps coming in and scans coming out from their Raptor. Milk trying to wrap around the whole west side of admin, trying to find this pick onto Arai. Arai hasn't noticed yet that Milk is down here. And Tarung trying to take up space. Fights going out. Dims trying to find that opening but couldn't. They want to stall it out as much as we do, but Milk, unfortunately, has been taken away. But now Tarung Valhalla is actually in the middle of the gunfight between the both two teams, who are going to be the third party flanker, actually flank their way back into the bridge. Milk going down onto the lower side of admin, trying to gain their way to regroup with his team. Well, M5 actually, oh my god, they found a lot of reds actually from the second airdrop that they have. Flanker now going against ROG. Oh my god, this fight is going all over the place. But now, oh my god, Array has taken down Meta. Aray now trying to look for the picks. ROG finished off Meta. Flanker down to 2 squads already. Now ROG is going to have the advantage over all of these teams on the admin area because they have the PC room right now. But now, as we look at the admin area, Onyx is actually closing in. What do you think is going to happen, Zanken, over here? Who's going to win this admin fight? It's going to be an admin fight for sure. We are lacking one team of M5.
I think if the Tarung aware about the Onyx closing in, because they play on the basement, right? Currently they play on the basement. They know there are 2 teams up top, even though Flanker has decided to take their positions. They're gonna pull the positions from the admin, but now they do know the Tarung, and Onyx is already on the 2nd level now. RICRT with the silver, but has already been able to contact the players around them, and now Onyx has been punished, has been suppressed by CRT and Array right there. Image try to, you know, secure the backside of them. Now Meta is one of the person who has been knocked out of the flanker side right now, which is why Flanker has decided to just call it off of admin and play the third parties. And now we can see Tarung has already been called out from their basement position. They're closing around to the top level again. Now Milk with the nose have the multi, and I think all the players of the Tarung has already reset their ulti as well. Big Z playing backs out, getting the premium coffee bag. And Silverbird going out. They know one people has already been knocked down from the other team, but they know ROG is still full. Now M5 actually, they decided to just dip out and say goodbye, sayonara to this lobby, because they are out. M5 is going to go again, but because I think the history of their loot is pretty high, right, Olu?
Yeah, of course.
All
they got the 2 mana bridge.
everything.
They got the AWM. They got everything from the airdrop, so they just call dips. I'm out. We're out. We don't need to fight. We got the AWM.
I'm out.
Yep. And we see it's Greco getting low right now. As we see Tarung Valhalla also getting low on the 2 players. Greco calling it off, but Onyx has made their way inside of the PC room. Onyx trying to go against ROG. ROG is kind of low. We need to have this 1 kill from Onyx, but it didn't go through. Both of the side of the western admin area is being occupied by Tarung and also ROG, and Onyx is in the middle of this. As we see Allegra going ahead to with Dims, but couldn't find the game. Oh no! Dims falls down. Another trade. Zig drops to 1 HP, but he survived. Allegra also going down to 1 HP. Onyx is on a pinch right now from the both of 2 teams. Allegra goes down again, and Onyx probably is out of this lobby. And now ROG and Tarung Valhalla is actually the one that comes up on top, because they see now Milk has been thrown down to the ground. ROG, it's ROG time to shine, because now Tarung left with 1 player and he goes down. But now Flanker, Big Z, trying to find this KP at least for his team. After Meta is actually taken down by ROG, now he gets the very, very needed KP onto Array over there. As Big Z, after getting that 1 KP, he just calls dips. I'm out. ROG won the fight on the admin area.
It's enough for me.
Yeah, it's enough.
It's enough for me.
I'm done. I'm out. I don't want any of this. I don't want any of this. I get that 1 KP and I'm just out. I don't want any of this. But as the elevator,
he get what I need to get.
Yep. As now the elevator area is getting pulled. The elevator stack is getting pulled. Big Z making his way out of the admin area, just trying to secure his loot, and possibly caught ROG on their way if they want to actually extract some players. So Flanker is just trying to look for kills right now.
Yep.
Sure, they want to extract, save their guns for the next round, but I think they want to look for this KP. I think they need to get this KP. Because right now, Onyx has 7 points. ROG has 12 with a lot of kills, by the way. So
what I've seen
really
here,
good.
the way the ROG plays is similar to what Navi does on the second, third, fourth, and the fifth map. The way they rotate, the way they aware of the fights, the teams beside them. Because to be honest, the first team to be third party was ROG. They got third party by Onyx, they got third party by Tarong, and also Flanker. But they are the players and the teams who has been showing great performances towards these 15 first minutes of the Zero Dem match, and they have been so aware the teams besides them, the approaches, the gunfights. They know how to take control of spaces, and Halas, the way they play here and been able to survive with the 3-man. But in the end, Flanker, Just Juice, and Big Z trying to play their last chance, their last approach to try and kill the Kreko. Is going to be down off the first time. Silver burst on Just Juice, trying to get the hip fire, then taking 2. Just Juice with the... Oh my lord! Ally goes down. Flanker, Just Juice, and Big Z 2v3 getting their hands on ROG and closing the match for them, Olu. What a play!
Yeah. Well, that is it. That is our first match on Zero Dam, and wow, Flanker timed that exactly right. We have 7 seconds and 8 seconds. There's only 1 second discrepancies between the actual game match and the extraction time. Wow, what a perfect opportunity for Flanker, and they got that KPs that they are looking for. Big Z and Just Juice eventually being the rats, and the rats prevails. Oh my god, that was a great match to watch. A lot of good gunfights, but again, we have one squad that didn't contest any of the matter, the fighting, all the things that are happening in the administrative area, and it is M5, the actual champions of season 2. They know that everyone is on the admin area. They went for all the airdrops. They got good loots, and also they claim their AWM. So in the next upcoming round, especially on Brakkesh, they will potentially bring out their so they are going to have that advantages for them. How do you think about the gameplay of this group and this first round?
I think pretty similar to what we've seen on Group A. I think EWG is playing just like what M5 do, just looting around, knowing that other teams on admin and just don't want to confront any type of fight and just set up for the next rounds, the next map. And I think M5 just said, F this shit, I'm out, you know, just I don't want any part of this, just dip and loot. You know, 3 to 4 times of their getting the red items, you know, and I think that's enough. I got the AWM, I got the red items, I've done enough for the setup for the next matches. But ROG making the same performances they expected to be showing off, but Flanker is portraying Olu if Olu is playing operations, being a rat, and they prevail. But we're gonna see more of this group on the next section, because now we are going to a break. Olu, don't forget to just take your snacks, because this group is gonna be so much fun. Don't go anywhere, stay tuned.
Yep, that is correct, as Flanker prevails as the flanker itself. The name represents the team. They flank the living crap out of every team and stayed on the map as the last remaining teams and take out ROG after wiping everyone and get their KPs, and they become the first on this map. So we'll see you guys on the next map. Potentially is going to be a really fun one because M5 actually got out with the AWM. We're going to see that little sniper going into action, and now we're going to take a break for a little bit. So don't go anywhere, guys, for round 2. Goodbye. back, operators, to Delta Force National Championship Season 3 Operations PC version. Welcome back. We saw the rat prevails again. You know, if you play Zero Dam, you find those rats waiting for you in the extraction point, that might be the play, because on the biggest stage, you saw one, and they did prevail. Even though they got only 3 kills, Flanker actually survived and got out with a lot of loot that they got from Team ROG. And we saw another playstyle being implemented, of course, by Team M5, the reigning champions from Season 2. They actually secured 2 airdrops on that eco round. That means they have a lot of Reds and also an AWM, the high caliber weapons that could possibly one-shot anyone in the body or the head, and it is going to be scary, especially on this Manda Break round. What do you think about that round, Mr. Stonken?
Yes, what I can think about the Rats prevailed again, as you played. I think one of the most expected position that was played by Just Juice and Big Z, but you know, expect the unexpected, but you don't expect the expected. That's why Big Z has successfully controlling and take advantage of his position. And now the first taken down team, it was EVOS, starting about the Prop, CTR, LZ, and Unduck. And this is one of the chaos confrontation on the admin, which ROG being one of the teams that has been third party, but somehow they reposition being the one who third party. And now look at the Tarung and taken down right there, getting punished so harshly, making them has no actual space to play on. And this is the peak ratness. Okay, the peak ratness. Look at Big Z just lasering down Kreko, no time at all to actually react, and just with the hip fire, QBZ making Imagi also cannot respond. And again, Big Z is Big Z, lasering people out of nowhere. Now, moving around to the leaderboard, of course, Flanker with 12.8 millions of loots and 4 kills with 10 total score, chasing down by the ROG T1 with 9.9 million loot, 5 kills, 1 more kill better than the Flanker, but only getting 9 total score. It's very, very close between Flanker and ROG T1, chasing down by the Onyx with 4 kill and 7 total score. And what makes me a little bit surprised is actually Tarung Valhalla finish lower than M5, knowing that M5 not even playing kill points, and lower than EVOS, who has been taken down at the first phase of the map. And now we're moving to Brakkesh, airdrop, and Mandel Brick for the round 2. What do you think, Olu?
I think Tarung Valhalla has a really good chance. I think they are a very good contesting team to actually have their chance to actually decode this round, even though they don't really have enough resources. But I think they could pull something off, because I've seen them play and I've seen them decode the Mandel bricks, and I truly respect and like to see how they play. But again, what I want to really focus upon is actually EVOS. EVOS didn't get a chance on even fighting in the core areas of the map. You know, they just sit on cement plant for the longest time, and they know that Onyx was coming from the construction site, from the highway. They know exactly where Onyx was, but still they lost the fight. This is so uncharacteristic for EVOS, and I think they need to step up their game in order to actually get some points, because right now they are sitting in the 5th leaderboard because they did not they did loot a little bit. Tarung went 6th because they did not loot the whole side of admin that round. They just wanted to fight. But I think from my point of view, EVOS needs to actually be the biggest team to step up. And as we see right now, of course, it's going to be Brakkesh, the map that we know all and love. As we see our favorite operator is actually coming out. Of course, it's the Uluru out of all teams right now. Except for M5, actually. They don't want to spend their Uluru on Brakkesh. They actually take in the Tempest in this round. Maybe the Tempest is actually going to be the one who is holding that Mandel brick. So as we see right now, ROG and also M5 is going to get that tier 1 spawns, which means they are going to be the first one into the museum area and potentially going to be the one who are going to start the gunfights. And right now we are seeing Wobble getting dropped to half HP on the first encounter with ROG. This is going to be an interesting one because usually we see the fight going to be head on after the Mandel brick is actually getting decoded by one of these teams. But no, they say no. M5 and ROG are going straight at it, head to head right now. But they are pulling off the strings a little bit. They don't want the tension to be here yet. They don't want to be the first team to get thrown out of the lobby. So finding the angles, Krako with his Uluru. Staying on. Trying to find the angles on the windows right now. To find either one of these team members from ROG. I think the teams that are spawning outside are actually going to close in real quick. As we see Flanker on the left side of Krako here. They have already closed in to the museum area. Slowly making their way inside.
And what I can see is the difference between this group and the first group is the usage of Gizmo is not that dominating, you know, as we can see the Tarung doesn't have any Gizmos, M5 also doesn't have any Gizmos, so does Flanker. They are on heavy Ulurus, you know, almost all of the teams here, all of the 6 teams, 5 of them have the Ulurus on their operator lineup. And now M5 trying to get too close to Just Juice, trying to fight for the Mandel brick, who with his that pointed out from the fountain outside of the museum. Just Juice already taken down their first Flanker. Mandel brick just taken, pulling down, pulling up, not wanting to confront more of the M5 because M5 already revived one of their down team, which is the Tempest right there. And now they're taking more spaces, not knowing that there are ROG from their left side of the map looking down 4 minutes for the Mandel break. And what do you see around it? Is ROG is gonna play more aggressive and just clash around Flanker to, you know, punish them for making more points and kill points, or they just gonna play for the Mandel bricks as well?
I think they are going to rotate around this area because the decoding stations is really close to this area. So ROG is looking to actually fight this Flanker on their Mandel bricks right now. They are going to station themselves near the Blue River Hotel. As we see right now, they are stationed here just to ensure that the team of Flanker couldn't go anywhere with that decoding station over there. So right now, the Mandel brick is being decoded by Flanker, but no team is actually nearby except for ROG. We saw Tarung Valhalla on the middle side of the map, but they aren't any close yet. They need to close in inside of the middle area through the containers to actually cross a huge highway in the middle, very open with no actual smokes available. They only have a smokes. Yep. So crossing that middle road is going to be a challenge right now because there are still teams in the museum area, right?
Yeah, correct.
We see M5 here stationed around the museum area. And then they might get caught.
what I can see here and the way that flanker plays, they decode the mantle brick and they just pull off their rotations. They don't play around the mantle brick. They let people to snatch it. And the way they play this is they want to make more spaces to the mantle brick more and punish teams like ROG here who has been playing more passively on the left side of the map, right? A meta just trying to poke some damage to ROG team members here, not knowing there is image that is just holding the underside of the angle. Now trying to jump shot this, trying to make more anger jumping this on because airdrop is already going down. 2 minutes and 10 seconds. The time has been counting down and down. Now it's not stopping the time. No one is stopping the time. Silverbird is going out by the ROG team, knowing that Meta is holding the upper angle here alone, even though there is their teammates on his behind. But now just poking some damage, making some bullets gone, and M5 wobble getting the statue of Claudius now. For 1.4 million on their hand. ROG Image taking down his flashes, and Meta has been punished down. Alt is going on, and now flanker is in the disadvantage.
It's true. Now flanker down to 2 players only. While decoding the Mandal Brick, can Just Juice and Big Z defend this Mandal Brick for themselves, as they have won the first map. Right now, Tarung and Onyx is actually in the middle of confrontation back on the near side of the Tower of Babel. Just Juice trying to find an angle for a team who is trying to go from their back, trying to backstab them. They have 2 teams right there. I think they're just going to let this go. I think what's best is flanker is going to let this Mandal Brick go for ROG to find more time to actually assess the situation that they are not getting flanked and maybe get a pick of one of the ROG member. But 30 seconds counting. The Mandal Brick is still getting decoded, but it's seized by ROG as we thought. And now EFOS, Onyx and Tarung is in the same side of the map. They are going to go and try to wipe each other, while Onyx now trying to wipe out Tarung Valhalla, and Tarung Valhalla drops down into one last player and they have been finished off. Dims left alive. Onyx goes down into 2 players. EFOS still have their all 3 members complete and now trying to push towards Onyx here. Guzman being left alone on this particular house, getting pushed by the Tim. Tim gets destroyed. Crawler Nest is out, and Guzman gets pushed by Endog, and Endog had the finish onto Guzman. Now Dims is the only one on the middle door of Tower of Babel, trying to defend himself. Onyx down to 1 player. Tarung Valhalla is also down to 1 player. Sweet revenge by EFOS.
By EFOS.
That is true.
Yep. They were the one who get demolished from the first map by Onyx, but now the positioning of them and the way they play, EFOS trying to play more aggressive toward Onyx, making them been able to just wipe Onyx just to 1 more players left. And as we can see now, Just Juice and Big Z again and again just setting up on the right side of the map, probably this extraction point area there. And the Magic Space team, I don't know, they keep playing this type of conservative strategies, just playing, holding down their rotations, just staying on one position specifically and not playing aggressive, whether or not they just going for the Mandal Brick or the gunfights. They just standing around doing nothing and waiting for the other teams to get the confrontation. Now Allegra left alone, trying to get the airdrop apparently, and oh no, they just he went past around, and because they already got the M82 with the 50 BMG ammo right there, Olu. And as we can see, ROG has already been seizing the Mandel Brick with 1 minute left. I think ROG can secure this nicely and safely.
You know what? I think M5 is playing too passive right now. They are the only ones who can actually contest this Mandelbrick, and now they are moving into the Mandelbrick area where ROG has already prepared themselves for this push from M5, and M5 trying to find that angle, to find that pick. And when they got that one pick, I am for sure they are going to try to seize it. Reco,
I agree. The way they play this, I think, they gonna seize it. Look. Yep.
Ooh, cheeky play. That little thieves from the Tempest from Team M5 actually got themselves their Mandelbricks. But remember, behind M5 is still Flanker with the two remaining squad members. So Flanker might be able to actually third party this fight. Don't forget about EVOS trying to still is available to fight this one. Right now, Onyx has delivered one of their remaining members out of this game with that M82 sniper rifles, but M5 trying to delay the movement of Team ROG. And now EVOS actually finding Tarung Valhalla. And now Tarung Valhalla is actually out of this lobby. They are out. Flanker still nowhere in sight. M5 is still decoding, 2 minutes on the clock. And Arai right now going in to seize the Mandelbrick, and he gets it. Mandelbrick is down to the hands of ROG once more. M5 is still trying to fight ROG right now. I think it's going to be a long fight, Zanken. You know, it's going to be a tug of war between M5 and ROG.
I agree, but I don't understand the way that M5 just turning their back on the Mandelbrick and just focusing, three of them focusing on the same person who's playing some tight angles that doesn't seem to be punished and sacrificing their Mandelbrick possession. Now 1 minute and 40 seconds, ROG still contesting the Mandelbrick so hardly, and Wobble, Termi, and also Tots has to be making some more movement enable to, you know, seize the Mandelbricks, and Kreko getting one. Tots there punished by the loitering munition, and down third party. Oh my, M5 playing too passive, looking their back, making so much sacrifices for nothing, because at the end EVOS getting their hands on the no communication, and now ROG one more trap down to its last knees now trying to get another kill, pushing here, and now what in the world, WK push but no value taken. Oh, what was that push?
I think they overextended a little bit from EVOS actually. EVOS
I
now
agree.
already down outside of this lobby. They don't have any chance. They sent out one player to go extract, but still they tried to push the Mandelbrick. They tried to push ROG, but it wasn't successful. But now we see the comeback of Flanker with Just Juice and Big Z, who can make a difference on the very last second of the match. But 30 seconds on the clock. On the decoding station, Big Z is far long from that Mandelbrick. ROG has that position secured. Just Juice trying to fight off one of the team members of ROG from two different angles. He's trying to get a bait out, and he successfully gets it. Big Z right now trying to seize it, but unsuccessful enough. Just Juice get the KP on Image, but no time is left for them to seize it. So this game is going to go to ROG as they have seized the Mandelbrick out of the hands of Flanker itself. What a game.
Oh my
We saw the
God,
third
what
party
a
going
game.
on a little bit on the middle of the game right there, as we see M5 tried to go into ROG but wasn't successful. M5 was actually trying to look for that third party team, but they just didn't come through until the very last second after ROG tried to push them. And so M5 was stuck in the middle, and EVOS just came in and destroyed the living hell out of Mr. Mr. Winner of this season 2. So that was really
Yes, yes.
unfortunate for M5 actually.
So, I think it's one of the trade-off of how they play the match. Very, very passive, not even confront anyone except for the Mandelbrick, not knowing that their behind is already been crawled by the EVOS teams, not having an awareness of how they should, play the positions, play the approaches, but at the end, M5 has to be punished by EVOS right there, and the way EVOS approach ROG is kind of questionable. The way Prep just opened his body and pick the ROG members who is anchoring in a tight angles, one by one taken down like that, and what does Undao did with his gizmo with the smoke and just jumping around hoping for the best, and now in the end, Flanker getting their kill points to Image, if I'm not mistaken. Now leaving 3 people still on the ROG side now. And I think Just Juice here needs to take a decision to whether he is going to extract from the extract point or just on the backpack now. Just left alone 2 minutes before the countdown of the match is going down. ROG has extracted and concealed their match point, because on the 4th game later, if they get one more Mandelbrick, it's gonna be game over for the other teams. Olu.
Yep, that is correct. This game is ROG's to have. They have secured the Mandelbrick for themselves and one more game as they get into that match point on round number 4. But remember guys, this is still round number 2, so we still have a lot more rounds to come, especially seeing how EVOS tried to third party every single person here on Brakkesh. It could be just a misjudgment right now, as just is the last remaining player. Didn't want to go for extract. I think it's already ran out because Allegra actually extracted from there already. So yeah.
Yep.
I think it's just a misjudgment from EVOS actually. They don't really have a good idea of where the ROG players were in that last push. So they think if we just ate this, they might go into panic mode and whiff their shots, But unfortunately enough, ROG is more than ready to welcome them into their trap. So, well, it was a good try from EVOS. They didn't pull up any recon plays in that fight. That's why they just went out of the engagement empty-handed. They went in without any recons. They don't have any information whether or not ROG is on a tight spot or in a head glitch somewhere. They don't know. They just went in with their smokes and their utilities, but it wasn't enough. And so ROG reigning supreme in the second game and will go out as the winner of this round. What an exciting round, actually.
Pretty exciting the way that M5 and ROG approaches the Mandelbrick, but I still, having some questions about how M5 keep playing these matches. I thought the way they play the first map, just to set up, get some more loot to their next match, getting around their economy, but the way they play the second, still a bit more passive, a bit more pragmatic, conservative to what they hold around the sectors, around the houses that they anchor on. But the way they play as a team, as a 3-person team, they once get the Mandelbrick decided on them, they get the Mandelbrick seized, but the way that 3 people looking at the same angle, getting lost and turning their back on their Mandelbrick, making ROG get their spaces to eventually seize the Mandelbrick, making them sacrifice all that, the momentum that M5 has already building. But the way the EVOS played is also need to get props to them, get their sweet revenge on Onyx, even though they wasn't able to crack all the 3 because one of the members of Onyx has already been extracted, but 2 people got wiped by EVOS, and then they got another 3 kill points getting it from the M5, but ROG hands down still getting the mantle brick, still getting the kill points, aware of every situation they're in, and still dominating the group till now. And next map, still the tight prison. And do you think it's gonna be the same meta? Do they will start as 2 more knocks as the meta, or they will play another approaches for this map?
Yes, I think they are going to go full on double knocks here, because the only team that couldn't do it is only Tarung Valhalla, because they spend their knocks in 0 dam, so it is totally up for grabs. Everybody is trying to get that APs, but before that round 3, we are going to a short break, guys, so don't go anywhere, because next is tight prison. Bye bye.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just deal with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed. You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
are back to Delta Force National Championship Season 3 SEA Operations PC. Welcome back, guys. We saw a huge fight going on with the third parties, going on everywhere. EVOS third partying, Tarung versus Onyx right there, and then they got third party by they third partied again when M5 was fighting with ROG, but then they kind of fell off a little bit. I think they lost their footing a little bit, and they lost that eventual gunfight that they were rooting for. I think I have a little bit of theory. EFOS and M5 is actually doing this on purpose on round 2. They are actually trying to seize the Mendel break, but they did not go full on for it, you know? Even though M5 seems a little bit more serious, I would say, because they spent their Tempest on this round, which was really questionable. But I think it's fine. You want to spend the Tempest on round 2, but still you have another 3 rounds for the Space City rounds, which we saw that Tempest plays a huge role on Space City. With just using it right now, you're going to only be able to use one Tempest game for the rest of Space City. So I think it's going to be a really interesting one to see whether or not M5 is actually doing this on purpose, because I think they didn't bring their AWM into this game. So we still will be seeing that AWM from M5 possibly going out in Space City. But right now, we are seeing that Tarung Valhalla. Come on, Sunken. You need to have some defense for your boys, right? You need to have some defense for your boys, right? This is Valhalla we're talking about. What are they doing?
I think it's gonna be a curse on me. I think I jinxed it. You know, when I support one of the teams, especially Tarung, they get jinxed, or I don't know, they get bias curse. So I'm not gonna support anyone, but I hope the best team wins. But now looking at the flanker, I mean the Tarung Valhalla, they were going to be a third party, but they were the one who get third partied. It's kind of been unlucky for them for what they have shown, but it's only been 2 matches. They're still the third and the fourth. We can see what they can do there. And now looking at the leaderboard with 11 kill points and 16 million loot, we have ROG T1 with 19 total score, and chased by the EFOS with 12.54 million, 6 kill points and 12 total score. It's only have the one difference point with the Oni, who has 11 total score now. I think the one that concluded is the loot. And now the map, we going to go to the third round, which is tight prison. And as what we've said before, 2Nox is probably going to be the meta, and tight angles. I've seen ROG, especially Image and Krakow, playing with these nice tight angles and small alleyways that they have been able to take control of. And now about EFOS, the way they've been playing third party is quite enjoyable, and the way they flank teams that not aware about their whereabouts has already been an advantage for them as well. But how do you see it? How do you feel that especially flanker, for this patch 2 match, they always lost one person and then, you know, prevail with the other 2, even though the second match doesn't let them win with the 2 more players, just what they did in the first match. But the way this flanker plays, they're always setting up one person kind of far away, kind of wide from the other 2, and 2 times he getting punished by the way they play.
I mean, the name speaks for the team itself. You know, they are the flankers, so they possibly will always do that 2-1 team combination where one person is just going to go a little bit off the board from the other teams. But again, you know, if we see all these teams trying to compete here in the Group B, it is a little bit more close. Everybody is still up for grabs for the top 1. You know, it's not going to be the end of the road. I don't think, at least for ROG on game 4. I think it is a little bit more closer this time. We are going to go to a long game for this group B. I think it's going to end up in group in round 6 or 7, I think, because of how tight it actually is. And right now we are seeing, of course, the double Noxes from most of the teams. We see ROG, Flanker, and then we have EFOS and Tarung. So 4 teams out of the 6 have the double Nox, while M5 have that double recon to ensure that nobody is able to come even close to the defensive position that they have. So right now, we are going to see people running around the map, of course, traversing around the map, trying to find the best loot that they could, getting their gears up, and just sit for another, I don't know, 15 minutes to find the best defensive position, and eventually someone will come running in front of them and they shoot. So yeah, I mean, it's a fun map to play, but you know, when you watch the first 15 minutes, it just really is
I don't think it's fun.
Waiting.
It's fun for the watchers, you know, the viewers for the first 10 or 15 minutes of this map. You know, just people like anchoring down, making setups for other teams.
You know what? Never mind. I thought it was going to be 15 minutes. We're waiting, but no. This is still the 17-minute mark, and we already have 2 teams going head-to-head on the Warden's office, actually. EFOS and Onyx now being on the other side of the room, trying to find their way inside of that Warden's office. But as we see, Onyx now trying to go underneath that Warden's room to the interrogation room, trying to find some loot down there. And Dog actually found a tank. The miniature tank is up for grabs. Oh my. That's an MBT, by the way, guys.
Yes.
that is a really good
high
look.
explosive or APF?
I think it's using armor piercing, to be honest.
The third one. Okay, the third one.
Yeah.
As we can
the one
see,
that no one is using.
Because it's on operations, right? Not in warfare.
Yeah.
Operations, they're using the one that has never been used on warfare. Playing down now on the ROG. Greco is just holding the same angle, waiting for someone to go pass around his crosshair or just pass around the blunders. Image holding their stabs. It's like I'm seeing Olu live stream, looking like this. Just holding the stabs and crouching. It's just like seeing Olu playing Delta Force operations. Look at this. Even Image and Akreko, who has been so aggressive towards players, just playing very passive and waiting for others to like cross their way and making their heads into their crosshair. And looking at the other teams, we have seen Onyx and EFOS, who was coin and going to get their sonar scanning right now. Olu, they're trying to get the sonar scans. They're trying to get another wave
big
of
reds,
other
big
teams.
reds.
Wow,
another big red.
1.5 mil big for Zig right there, Olu. Big one.
Yep. Have to be happy for that, Zanken. Don't you worry. Your boy still got it. You know.
I'm not gonna be happy about anything. Not supporting anyone. No, I'm not gonna jinx that shit anymore. I'm not gonna make my own team getting the heads of my own words. And now Big Z getting endowed after he's getting the MBT. Olu, CTRLZ getting punished by Meta as well. It's now Frappuccino just, oh my god, flooring like a spider on the floor, not knowing anyone. Now just getting punished as well by Prop, taken down and making that kill point.
Oh no.
Oh my, and Meta just happens to be there at the right time. Even though Just Juice has to be knocked out and ended, he can be still revived. Even though he has weakness, Flanker still stand tall with 3 people left. And now ROG hasn't been moving an inch still. Oh, never mind. Image getting
What
his head off on
happened?
the Stormy, and somehow, in the blink of an eye, even Olu and I doesn't even notice what in the world just happened. But N5 is demolished to the ashes. What is
Oh
going
my
on, Olu?
god.
How is it so fast?
M5 on the unloading area actually got caught by ROG that was circling around the administrative area. Actually, they went in and just found a missing M5 out of nowhere, and they weren't ready. I don't think we do need to have some replays of that. How
Yeah.
did M5 got
I think we
caught
can
in the
see them
middle
on
of-
highlights, you know.
Yeah, what happened exactly to M5? We don't know. It looks
I
like
think they
they
caught off
were
guard.
trying. Yeah, they were caught off guard, of course. I think they were trying to go from the west side entrance and then go down and actually try to go to the middle towards the pole. But then ROG is already standing by on the unloading area and just caught them off guard. And as we see here, Greco, ROG gaining some more reds. And again, it is tight prison hard. This is what we need to see. More reds incoming for your boys. Right now, Dims
Yep.
is on the elevator shaft.
You got image?
Trying to get a full look on whether or not there are any players on the third floor or the first floor. Well, ROG coming inside to unloading area, trying to find any footsteps, any information for them to actually engage on a fight. Because again, ROG has that 2 knocks. So they are going to try to be a little bit more aggressive as soon as they heard gunshots being thrown out by either one of Taru, Onyx, or also Flanker. See right now, there's not much going on after that fight. Oh my god, Dims! What happened, Dims? Oh my god, he got sledgehammered to the face.
Olu, mamma mia, Dims going down by NPC. Disaster pass.
Not
What in the world
again.
is happening?
We have
What in
Wheezy
the world
last
is
group.
happening?
Oh no, it's always happening. You know what, Zanken? We all have been through it. Yesterday, I talked to Bang Liga about this. We all have been through it, okay? I haven't been through it. I never had that sledgehammer to the face, actually. No. The sledgehammer, I've never had it onto my face.
Okay.
The sledgehammer. Saw it, and the flamethrowers, and the machine gunners, yes.
Yeah, machine gunners,
As,
yes. Okay.
as we
But
see
the
right now,
sledgehammer
ROG is
the
going to
face.
go and contest Onyx on the other side of the warden office. And right now, Onyx is down to 2 players. Frost going down to 1 HP, but Greco gets thrown down by the elite guard, by the NPC again. Oh no, it's been a disaster. Onyx onto 2 players, and also ROG onto 1, but now Image trying to find that trade, and he gets it. Onyx and ROG is now down into 1 players each. Allegra is the only one alive. Image is the only one alive from ROG. What happened in the blink of an eye? The NPC again, Zanken. I swear, the NPCs in
Someone
Side
stop these
Prison is
NPCs! Stop
the
these
NPCs
NPCs,
again.
bro!
Oh
I
my god, the biggest villain.
I think the ROG can get back to their feet. You know, only 2 people. Okay, 1 people left, but he can actually revive Greco, and they can walk their way around Array CRT as well. But you know, this NPC has been the MVP for this match, Olu. Taking down 2 people already.
I told you, the NPCs is scary on Tide Prison. This is why I hate Tide Prison, guys. I hate the NPCs. It's very scary, you know? Especially when Warden is fighting against Raven. Oh my god, the gunshots. It's just scary, to be honest. I'm not gonna kid. Well, but now we see
Like it's
as Taru
worse than the
Valhalla-
players itself. What in the
They are
world?
very
What's
scary.
happening with this NPC?
Yeah, well, we are now stuck with Tarung Valhalla, of course. Of the teams that are still on their feet. They are in the other side of Flanker actually. Flanker supposedly will hear some of the gunshots that it's being made by Flanker here. By Tarung's Valhalla here. They are not making any sounds yet. The two Noxes.
Yeah, but 3 people left from Flanker, but I think the ROG hasn't been able to reach their teammate's body right now because Kreko is alive, Image is alive, but Arai CRT hasn't been able to get revived by their teammate right now. Oh, look. Speaking of the devil, Arai CRT get revived, and now ROG came back to 3 people, just like Flanker, who has just used that already have been weakened. Now, ROG and Flanker, I think they are on the same position, the same level, the same situations, but Tarung Valhalla with the 3 people as well, still going strong with the 6 total score. I think they need to make something happen in this match if they really want to like chase the top of the leaderboards. Olu.
Now, remember, this is tight prison, but nobody has really activated the warden yet. And also, the airdrop is not being grabbed yet. Which is a really weird one for me, actually. Because, you know, you usually see you have some teams that are going to stay outside, but right now, as of right now, we are seeing Flanker actually going head to head with ROG members on the other side of this hallway.
Yep.
See, they are just trying to find out where exactly ROG is. Well, the Morse ult is being invested here for this fight. While Meta trying to make that flank happening on the side of ROG. Image is quite far from his teammate. And Just Juice and Big Z is going to get caught by Image! Image on a gunfight, 1v1 situation! He drops one, Big Z is dropped! Meta drops Crackle to the ground and finish him up, but Meta on a 2v1! Right now, able to finish up Crackle right there. ROG left to onto one person. And also his flanker. Image staying alive, actually winning the 2v1. And also the
Fallen Prince Raven now.
Oh. Watch out for that Raven, ladies and gentlemen. He might one-shot you. Another NPC is coming into the action. Image is dropping low. Get out of there. They are the real villains of the group of this group. The NPCs are very scary, ladies and gentlemen. And Image is finished off Just Juice right there. As ROG and Flanker is left with 1 player each. There are 3 squads that are actually on a very big disadvantage, leaving 1 squad on a full power here. Of course, none other than Tarung Valhalla, who's going to be in the upper side of this medical bay. In the heads of Image right now. Will Tarung Valhalla get some kill points at this rate? What do you think?
I'm not gonna say a word. We're just going to see the match because I'm already traumatized by the way I support teams and they got jinxed. Now Image left alone going for this ulti. But I think he's gonna revive Kreko. But if he managed to revive Kreko, it's gonna be a nightmare for the other team because 2 players from ROG feels like they are 4 people. You know. Oh, now Meta is gonna be find out. Meta, the awareness of Image is unmatchable. Finding Meta, they're just laying around there waiting for people to go cross around. But oh my Image now. He is going to revive Kreko and the 2 monsters is still alive. Onyx cannot make any types of movement. Only 1 player left. But Tarung Valhalla, even though they still have 3 people with 2 full Noxes, still cannot do anything. No value taken, no persons taken, no fight confronts.
This is the
And
fight. This is the
now
fight.
it's the time ROG versus Tarung Valhalla 3 versus 2. What happens if ROG won or win this battle, Olu? Is it gonna be embarrassing for Tarung Valhalla?
Well, I don't know. I'm not the one who's biased towards them, so we'll have to see.
Okay, we have to
Zanken's
see that,
boys
yeah.
trying their best to actually wipe off the rest of the remaining players here on ROG, with Image and Kreko as the last one alive from ROG, and also Allegra from Onyx. Will they be able to find that KP on the side of Tarung Valhalla? Will still be the question. They are still playing
be a
very
tight
passively.
one.
They don't want to risk anything. I don't think they want to actually push ROG. They want ROG to actually push towards them. And again, you know, Tarung Valhalla, if you don't want to get that KP, just take the airdrop. You still can take the airdrop and go for the loots. Maybe it could drop the AWM, or maybe it could drop some valuable items, F-Milk. Need to find that angle.
What?
Just a
Allegra
little bit.
getting Zeke.
Oh no! Zig is down at the hands of Allegra from out of nowhere, and now ROG is trying to push up to Tarung Valhalla. It's a 2v2 situation. What are they going to do? Dims is trying his best to delay, using that Heckler ult to find out that where they are, and now ROG drop one player. Kreko is down, and now Tarung Valhalla finally find their KP.
Finally getting something good. Oh my Tarung Valhalla. I think I'm the real jinxer. I'm not gonna say anything about the next matches, Olu. I know my thing now. I think the way they've been playing Tarung now, eventually, even though they got backstabbed by Allegra, they finally get their first KP, their first win. But oh, Allegra, the sneaky peeky with
Allegra
the little
is coming.
If he's winning this, I'm not gonna say a word anymore on this stream, Olu. Like, come on, man.
It's
Allegra,
okay.
just one more. You guys need to be aware. There's a Nox doing his ult.
He saw him. He saw him. He went for the loot.
A rat went for the loot. This is Olu portraying Olu, man. Oh my.
Well, we'll have to see in this last seconds of the match, of course. 1 minute and 19 seconds is left on the match. We are seeing Milk right now. Allegra pulling up that R93 out of his pockets. Milk is going to be able to spot Allegra inside of the warden's office. Allegra
Why is he alone? Where is his
for
teammate? Milk, don't push this thing alone, bro.
Okay, nice. He actually listened to the casters now, as he is not going to push Allegra into that hallway. But whoa, wait! He's
Never
going back
mind.
again. He's going back again. He's going to try to get this last KP out of Allegra. Flash is
Wait,
being
why is he
thrown out.
alone?
Milk. The other one is probably going to go and wait a minute. Is he going to get it? And he is!
Yeah,
Dims
finally
that
something out
last
of
KP.
nothing. Oh,
It's all good.
My,
It's all good. It's all good, ladies and
on the
gentlemen.
floor with the VHL and Tarung name on top of it all. But now, I think one of the teammates has already been extracted first, and this
Yep.
third map has been completed and won by Tarung Valhalla. Finally, eventually, what do you think?
I think Tarung Valhalla played that game really well. They don't want to overextend in a lot of fights. Of course, they heard a lot of gunfights happening, but they kind of stepped back. Okay, they kind of called it upon themselves to not be greedy as what they did a couple of games ago. So they want to play it slow. They want to get that KPs. They want to get that loot, and actually fight for that KPs in the very last second of the match. And as we see, the 5 minutes. The last 5 minutes went into full on W key from Tarung Valhalla, finding ROG and also the last remaining player of Onyx. So it is a very good round from Tarung Valhalla. It's a very good asset, especially with them sending out Dims to extract on the backpackless on the backpack extract. So it is going to be really great for them for the Space City rounds. And I think they have a pretty good chance of gathering up some 5 items and getting their hands on some of that sniper action probably. Even though no missions or no airdrops is being claimed in this type prison round, which is very rare to see, but it is going to be a us to go to the next meta break round, and we're go ahead into the next break. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll see you in
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed. You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Welcome back to Delta Force National Championship Season 3 SEA with, of course, your Warfare enjoyers. With me, it's all you and also Mr. Zanken beside me.
Yes,
sir.
Yes, sir.
How do you
Yes, sir.
feel
Yes, sir.
how do you feel finally seeing your boys actually making things happen, Zanken? You know, Tarung Valhalla get that last match win, you know? How do you feel about
Not
that?
not gonna lie, it does put a smile on my face. It does put a smile on my face, you know what I'm saying? But as what I've been saying, I'm not gonna, you know, make any other words inside the match, because if I talk, I'm gonna be in trouble. It happens on the last two maps when I am rooting for them. They got really jinxed out. They got really TP'd here and there. And going for the fourth map, it's gonna be another Mantle Break, right? Although it's gonna be a place to teams to be all in with their loots and their economics. They try to get to close the map, specifically ROG, because they already getting their first Mantle Break on Brakkesh. And now we're gonna go to see the highlights of the Tight Prison maps. Some fights has already been taken, kind of sketchy, kind of, you know, not the W phase that usually you can see on on Zero Dame or Space City or either any other map. But now we can see fights on Tight Prisons is usually just people proning and waiting for people to walk on their crosshair. Now Kreko, on the other hand, still playing jump shot right, jump shot left, you know, just spraying his P90 and his MP7 image, eventually getting Big Z unaware, caught him off guard and making ROG in control of flanker. Even though Meta was the one who left alone, eventually he got also cut off by ROG team members, which is Image here, who has punished him right there. And now we also gonna move on to the current leaderboard, and what I've been seeing here on the highlights, I think ROG has to be on top of everyone. Yes, just as we think, ROG with the 23.18 million, 19 kills, total score of 30, chased by flanker with 16 and 10 KP and 18 total score, which Onyx and Evos with the same amount of score of total score, but higher kill points has been completed by Onyx itself, whereas M5, as we know, they are the champions of last seasons, going with 0 KP. Olu, what do you think about this?
I mean, I don't know about M5. they were the reigning champions for season 2, but again, maybe their mentality going on to this tournament isn't on the best spot they could have, because we know that from the first match up until that tight prison round, they were actually trying to seize the Mandelbrick on round 2 and actually getting some loot on tight prison and also on the first round, right? And Zero Dam, they got that their AWM. They did not actually bring it into Brakkesh, but they did also did an unthinkable move by spending their one Tempest slot on Brakkesh, which is not a favorable thing to do, especially when you have another 3 rounds with 0 Mandel bricks inside for your teams and a really bad economy right now. Even though they do have some additional points from the looting department, and also by placing 6 on a couple of rounds, they are going to have another way to actually gain money. But still, though, their moves and their fights approach are not representing what they used to be on season 2. I think ROG with their 30 points are still going to take it away in this round number 4. But we still have Onyx as a contender, especially after they extracted Allegra on that on that Brakkesh round, holding the M82 sniper rifle. So maybe they would put it on a good use on this round. And as we see right now, Flanker is actually going to go out with that tier 5. Also is Onyx and M5 finally showing off some of that actual loot that they are going to save, but that they're tier 5 and they're 50 cal on the table right now to fight off ROG. As we see, ROG got their tier 2 spawns all the way on the bridge. We have yet to see any movement, any teams actually trying to win this situation. The last group we saw Navi spawning on the tier 3 spawns. This is a tier 2 spawn, so it is very possible that M5 right now, with their resources that they are spending in this match, they might have a chance to actually be the last team alive to actually contest that other last team who is currently seizing the Mandelbrick. We see right now, EFOS trying to make their way.
We can see ROG is not going to get the Tempest. They are playing with the Kreko as a D-Wolf here. What do you think about this? Do you think that this gonna be making them in a disadvantage where it's come to seizing Mandelbrick, or is it gonna be the advantage for them when the people already trying to seize their Mandelbricks, but Kreko with the triple blaster can actually punish them with the utility?
Yep. D-Wolf is actually a really good delay operator because he has a smoke, and also he has that triple blaster that could instantly wipe out a person if both all the triple blaster connects to a person. So it is favorable for them to actually play a little bit more defensive towards the Mandelbrick. So if they go ahead and seize that Mandelbricks, and then they take a really defensive position for Kreko and their Shepherd to actually delay anyone who's trying to go in and just seize the Mandelbrick. So it's a really good operator composition, but the Morse is kind of my big deal right now. The Morse is kind of meh if the Mandelbrick all of a sudden goes somewhere else except for the buoyancy area and the test range area. Maybe if the Mandelbrick is taken towards the horizontal test workshop area, then all of a sudden Morse is not very viable there. You know, we see a lot of Lunas here in the lobby, of course. Space City and Luna goes toe to toe. you really want that Luna utility to be able to delay people off the Mendel bricks, and also to know whether or not people are trying to push the Mendel bricks and know where people's location are. Luna is pretty good, but Morse is more of a close quarter recon. Maybe ROG is just taking it a little bit more easy in this round. They don't want to really decode the Mendel brick at this very stage of the game, especially this round, because they want to ensure their two Lunas to be used at round 5 and round 6. I think that's their play actually.
Yeah, I agree with you. The way they play this is actually trying to just hold it out, don't want to make sudden movements. And what we can see here, other teams like EFOS, right, they're Onyx that has already been on the left side of the connectors. Now EFOS, CTRLZ just holding this stairs angle on the centrifuge lab, if I'm not mistaken. They just gonna wait for other team just go around and make some mistake to run through this particular space. And now ROG, I was seeing that they were spawning from the top side of the map, which is the bridge, and now flankers doesn't even make any side of movement, just playing very, very passive. 13 minutes of match now. Another ult from Big Z from his Tempest, already been followed up by the Stinger Smoke, now trying to get the Mantle Brick now. Already picked up by the flankers. 4-minute countdown is going down now. Flanker has to find a way and pick a point to decode this Mandel Brick, which is now is going to be in front of them on the space chamber right now. I think it's gonna be a hard position to be retake or even be setting up there, because it's a tight alleyways, tight angles, little way for people to actually get a hold of. But now ROG from the bridge already going in front of the lobby, trying to make some spaces now, knowing. Oh, I think Guzman is already knowing that two squads has already been setting up on the Mandel Brick as well. Image with the Scepter, trying to spray and pray, gets nothing. Big Z making the flank of the year and making Image has to pay there, Olu.
Yep, another fight is going down on the other side of the map, while Onyx gets thrown out of the lobby by EFOS again. Oh my days, and Big Z, another kills. Onto Image. He certainly don't want Image in this game anymore, because he finish up Image, and now just use Meta and Big Z also trying to push onto ROG, and ROG is out. Flanker reigns supreme inside Black Chamber. They were the ones who put that Mandel Brick there. They were the ones who wiped off the teams who are trying to take that Mandel Brick from them. They say this is our building and nobody is going to get in. And right now, Flanker has a really good spot. They are in a really good spot, you know. We saw this decoding station actually used last time by in the mobile division, and I saw that it is a really hard to push this area of the map. But as we see right now, Control Z have the upper hand onto Milk, and he is down right now. F was trying to defend himself from the very dangerous side of Tarung Valhalla, the Zanken train right now. As they drop
I'm not gonna
one
say
person
anything,
right there.
because if I said anything, they are going to choke this thing so hard. Look at CTRLZ trying to punish, and here it is what I've been saying. 2v3 and Tarung banished to the dust. Olu, my team. Another time to get demolished that hard by EFOS currently. And now there is only Flanker, EFOS, and M5 left. It's gonna be so tight, but I think this is gonna be the Flankers match. How do you think?
I think it's going to be a Flankers match all day long. I think with the current situation right now, M5 being on the bottom leaderboard, I don't think they want to actually challenge Flanker inside of that black chamber area. And EFOS potentially might want to actually go and try to seize this Mandel brick, but seeing how many KPs they have, they probably don't want to waste their resources here. Maybe they would just send a couple of players to go and try and seize this Mandel brick, as we see here with Control Z trying to go inside the black chamber, trying to find that angle, trying to pick off one, but he just simply don't want to. And M5, where is M5? They are nowhere to be found. It's 20 seconds on the clock, but EFOS, they pulled out. M5 getting caught in the bridge. Oh, what a nice shot from Wobble. Just drops, but the decoding is still on. And M5 doesn't want to make any plays happening. Flanker just got their Mandelbricks just like that. Well, folks, sometimes the game could be simple. You wipe one squad and you get the Mandelbrick. What do you know? You could never actually guess what is going to happen in this game, actually.
I think M5 is doing the exact thing as what I'm doing currently. Absolutely nothing. No exact pushing, no confrontations, no pressure towards the team that is fighting on the first level of the core area. And now Prap, CTRL, and Ndauk is already been controlling the first level. Now looking at the flankers going to the second level. Just currently aware of the windows, not knowing CTRLZ has already been using his ult, but now Big Z with his ult ready, I think probably if they wanted to, they can actually make some more movement, some aggressive movement towards EFOS, or just, you know, just wanna go out and just dip this thing because they already has their Mandelbrick on hold, already been extracted. But EFOS doesn't want to make more spaces being taken advantage to the flankers right now. Just going around, already been sneezing out, now rolling down the smokes from the Stinger. Now Ndao trying to get some kick, but oh my, what in the world is Ndao doing? It's disaster class. He should have known.
Yeah. Well,
that's a blunder. That's a blunder. You cannot make me like not thinking that was a big blunder from Ndao. I don't know what in the world, what in the Saturn, what in the Jupiter, what was he was thinking. Even when I'm playing Hot Zone, I don't do that, bro.
Oh no, a disastrous fight for EFOS. They overextended again. They overextended again, Zanken. They were feeling very, very much, you know, I think they were in the mood. They wiped up Onyx and also ROG. Tarum. So I think they were feeling very, very, you know, confident on pushing the last squad, which is Flanker. But Flanker just, they were ready for that push, especially for that head glitch that he was trying to do. You know, it's a kind of a LASIK play, you know, you could say. He was trying to do the jump spot thing. But then I think Flanker just knows already. They heard him jump and they were expecting it. They put 2 players on that alleyway. So yeah, and now M5 finally making their move. But Meta is already there, using the lineup right there with the Luna shock arrow. And now Meta is trying to find that angle. Gets delayed by Team M5. Still trying to push for this KP from Team M5, but they get sent down. Thoughts get sent down back to the bottom floor using that EED device. He is still going to be able to reset. Now Wobble getting pushed by Big Z. Big Z! What a play! 2 down from Big Z, and it's left to Tots, and Tots even now. He is down to the ground. Big C sending everybody back to the lobby. What is happening with Big C? He is on fire right now. This is the true villain of this group. Oh my god, what a play from Big Z actually.
A play by Big Z right there. It was a big play, taking down 3 people on his hands, and now Flanker is the only one left, and I think they are now on the top of the leaderboard. Looking at the profits and also the scores, Flanker with the kill points with the Mandelbrick is now topping of ROG here, Olu.
Yeah, and they extracted. So all the loots, all the things that are they are bringing into the lobby will be available for them for the next round. I think Flanker might just get the win here, honestly.
Yes,
because Team ROG also spent because Team ROG also spent a lot of tier 5 in this round, but they got wiped. So Flanker now has the advantage. With all the loot still available on the maps, they can still gather around as many loots as possible. Of course, the extraction point is going to be available on 3 minutes. So they have a lot of time to actually gather up more loot points, of course. So, oh my god, Flanker just outdone ROG on their first map. This is what we're waiting for from Flanker, actually.
It's only one momentum to make Flanker to be the top of the leaderboard, making ROG has to fight back for the next map. It's match point for either Flanker and ROG for the next map, and still going to be Space City. But game number 5, it's going to be so interesting the way the players played this very much, making one another cannot feel safe at all. They're gonna be having to fight back. They have to, make some more movements, make some more approach to the Mandelbrick, or even get some more kill points in order to win the game.
That is true. Oh my god, what? I mean, props to Flanker, actually. They played their fights very well, and finding a lot more loot up here. They can spend millions on their assets to go in to their next match, and especially they have their tier 5 armors. So this is going to be their game. I think the next round is going to be their game, actually. Game 5, I think Flanker is going to close the game. Because we didn't see Flanker doing a great job surviving on the first game, the second game, and third game, right?
Yep. What they did here is one of the best team fights that has been shown in this group, specifically on the Space City, because the way these people played, they wiped the first top of the mine team, which is ROG, and now they can actually gather all the roots. Look at that, 35 total score on top of ROG. They have to make something against ROG on the next round. Cannot mess this thing up. And look at the profits, Olu, 9 million. 9 million, they getting it to the lobby now. And still there is more to take, but I don't think their bags and their Chazrix can hold any much more, because 9 million is what a loot, what a match for them in the Space City. And I think next match will be the decider between Flanker and ROG, because I don't see EVOS Onyx, M5, or even Tarung Valhalla is going to fight this back. What do you think?
I mean, from my experience yesterday, I saw the bottom 5 of that group from Team Original Gangsters actually only having 9 points, actually grabbing a Mandelbrick. So everything could happen, but still, Flanker is just looking very, very scary for this match, for this next round. They get out with all tier 5. They got the M82 sniper rifles from the hands of Onyx. They dropped it because they wiped out EVOS after EVOS got it from Onyx. So Man, it's going to be a blast of a game 5. We are going to see a lot of teams trying to contest flanker. Of course, they don't want flanker to end the game right here and right now. But of course, we have to talk about the other teams. The other teams feels like I thought it was going to be a little bit more close, but seeing M5, Tarung, and also Onyx having a really bad day, it's kind of questionable. What do you think about the other teams?
And for one of the downside is M5. You've been mentioning that this team was the reigning champion, but all I can see is a team who played just like me, doing just like me. Absolutely nothing. Just
I'd agree.
Holding around and making confrontations when it's already been too late. They start to grieve the ROG or even the flanker when the middle brick has already been decoded. They played third parties, but they eventually goes down as the first team to go out. They set up for the first match to extract first, but then on the second map they play like, I don't know, disconnected between each other, and going around to the other team like Evos and Onyx, they just so busy between each other. You know, Evos and Onyx always been confronting each other, exchanging fires. Now even Evos is on top of Onyx currently, but Tarung Valhalla in the other end, even though they won the tie prison, but I don't know, we need to see the next match. But before that, operators, don't go anywhere, stay tuned because we gonna take a break for a minute.
The AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data... This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed. You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployments under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
And welcome back, operators, of course, to the Delta Force National Championship Season 3 Southeast Asia. We are back, of course, with your boy. It's all you, and also Zanken, the Warfare Enjoyers, now hopping onto operations, and we are seeing a blast of a match right now. As we see, you know, pretty much the team that actually gets the Mendel brick are going to wipe out the whole lobby. I don't know what happened there, but every time the teams in this particular groups have been decoding the Mendel brick, every time they did decode it, they are actually the last man standing, and I really love that. It shows aggression to from the actual teams itself, you know. And I don't know about the other teams that have been, you know, well, underperforming. I would say M5 is underperforming. A couple of other teams haven't looked so good. Onyx got caught in the middle of a rotation. So I think they have to step up the game. If you were one of the players here, what would you do, Mr. Zanken?
If I were... Are you talking about if I were the players of the underperforming team or the top performing one?
The underperforming ones.
If I'm on the underperforming one, I'm just gonna play more aggressive, because the way that these underperforming teams playing so less aggressive and just, you know, they eventually trying to play some third parties, but the way they've been playing too passively on the worst timing that you can ever imagine is, I think they need to play more position. Even though they really want to play the TPs, the third parties, they really have to make some rotations to their map. You know, not just holding around and hoping someone will cross your crosshair. And now, looking like this Big Z wiping the whole M5 team along with his Tempest and AS-Fal, of course, with his ASKS. And as you've said, the players who held the Mandel brick first, they also being the last one standing, making Flanker and ROG, every time they hold the Mandel brick, making them more mental boost to the players itself. On the leaderboard, Flanker and ROG having the same kill points, which is 19, but the total score, look at that, 36 and 29, because the loot disparagement, 34.19 million with the 20.28 million. Now, looking at EFOS with the 17 mil, not that long enough from the ROG, and now we're going to be entering the match shortly. And what do you think? As you can see that even though map 1, you know, as you can see, flanker, map 2 with the Mandelbrick ROG, map 4 with the Mandelbrick again flanker, but Tarung Valhalla, even though they've managed to take control of Tide Prison, even though they doesn't have that much KP from that map, what's making them underperform like this? Not, it seems like I'm watching a team with like not knowing what to do or just clueless of what kind of rotation they have to be making in order to win the match.
I think they just went in too late. I want to see Tarung Valhalla actually be the first one to contest the Mandelbricks. Whether or not they got a tier 1 spawns or a tier 2 spawns, I think they have to be able to be one of the first squads that actually try to contest it, because just believe in your aim and then take control of a defensive position, seize the Mandelbrick, take control of the area that is most beneficial towards you, especially if you're going to decode the Mandelbrick at the buoyancy area. You need to have that centrifuge area on lockdown. You need to fight that team, especially like what we see Navi did. You know, I want to see the teams make more rotations around the map. You know, you don't want to be stagnant in one particular location, one particular position to hold down your Mandelbrick, or you want to try to seize the Mandelbrick but you just stay on the ramp of the buoyancy area. If you want, I would like for this Mandelbrick to be taken to the workshop area, to the southern side of the map. I think with the availability of the snipers, especially in the Space City, you are going to get a lot of kills, a lot of action going on the southern side of the map. But that is if we are going to see an all-out lineup here going on from the flanker side with all gold ammo. Actually, they are going to invest in all gold ammo from no, everyone has gold ammo.
Everyone, yeah, the right ammo, but Justice is playing full tier 5
tier 5. Yep. It's all good. We are seeing M5 actually going to have that tier 1 spawn over the employee. But let's see whether or not they have the courage to actually cross. And they did cross across the employee center. But right now we are seeing Onyx closing in, but actually going to the buoyancy side, as EFOS already swiped their card on the west gate, trying to make their way onto the ramp. Tarung Valhalla and ROG is going to have a standoff right now on the printing area. Image trying to find that angle towards Team ROG, towards Team EVOS, Tarung Valhalla, I mean, on the other side of the ramp right there. They haven't noticed each other yet. They're still trying to find whether or not they could push around the bridge area from ROG. This is what we see Navi do when they spawn all over by the sand dunes right there. As we see right now, M5 make their way to the middle of the map, onto the Mandelbricks. This is what I want to see, you know. I want to see M5 actually contesting the Mandelbrick for once. Lord, give me one time. I want to see them actually go in and take the Mandelbrick. But can we actually talk to the team? Can we like hop onto the Discord and actually tell the team to actually try?
Call them like from mobile number, talk to them straightly like, bro, get the hell of that Mandelbrick right now, man.
EFOS and Onyx again.
Again. Now Allegra on the left side of the door, trying and Undog holding the crossfire from the server, getting picked off, cheap damage right there. Undog still with the tier 5 armor right there, still trying to repair, whereas Guzman
They're
only
slowly taking
using
spaces.
tier 4 armors but still on the gold bullets like their DCVH-12 for the CI-19. Now Prap and Guzman is facing a standoff on the server and on the little room beside the data room right there. And all I can see here is I think Guzman is not in a good position because he is trapped. But I think he can still go around if the skills of the Tempest has already been pulled down. But Frost right now trying to face off a little bit more. Frost trying to face right now, trying to try more of them. And the thrill that we've been waiting for a long time. The prayers of Olu for M5 to at least put them hands on the Mandel brick and decode it is going to be happening on Meta. Now getting down by CTRLZ right now, getting destroyed on the stairs, and now he has to be pulled off. Then how in the world Meta is suddenly on the stairs, Olu? How?
I don't know what happened, to be honest, but M5 on the other side of the map, holding that Mandel brick, goes down to Kreko. Wobble is trying to get a revive from his teammates, but unable to. Arai trying to find the angle. Image trying to throw in a frag grenade. Opening up that ulti from the Luna. Arai still trying to find the position of M5. They are all on the bottom side of the stairwell. Wobble. Unfortunately, they couldn't get into the Mandelbrick station. While Tots going down to half HP. Kreko, very confident, rolls in to find a skill. Unfortunate enough, it's not the right angle. And Termi right now at the angle. Onto towards the player of EFOS, but now Wobble goes down. Image has another kill on Tots, and Termi goes down, and M5, the one who has been holding down that Mandel brick, is out of the game again. M5. There's something wrong with the communication on this team, honestly. What is happening?
I think there is a language barrier. One of them, maybe one of them talks Vietnamese, one of them talks Thailandese, and the other talk like Philippines. But I don't know, man. There's something disconnected about that M5 team. And sadly, Olu's prayers has been going down just for seconds because it's only a matter of time for the M5 getting their own Mandel brick. Now, Onyx. Cross, Allegra is going down. Onyx in the first of this. Guzman. De La Guzman is the one who has been left by their teammates. One left for the ROG, just like flankers. Now the team points are now getting topped off by ROG again with 36 total score, with flanker chasing down by 35 total score. Now EFOS still on the complete roster with 3 people. Now ROG making their scan from their Luna, trying to make a rotation towards the Mandelbrick decode station right there, Aldo.
Yep, ROG is currently holding that Mandelbrick. After wiping out M5, of course, they are going to go to the Black Chamber one and try to decode this. And this is what they did last time, right? This is how they won last time. So, possibly, if the other team actually knows this is ROG who's decoding right now, then, you know, they should be able to know that this is going to be the actual match point team who's decoding right now, right? As we see, Onyx, Guzman is left alone on the CEO side of the map. After Onyx got wiped on the 2 players, right? Yeah.
Now it's just about Tarung Valhalla, Flanker, and EFOS because Guzman is only a Guzman right there. Oh my god, Imeji, you're on a
That is me. You know what? That is me.
Live right now, Imeji. It's only
that is
on
me.
the ROG. I think
that is me.
I think he got Olu in his soul right there. Oh my.
Yeah, I play
right
Recon
on the core area. I think Olu needs to stop playing Luna, man. I think you should start to play Gizmo. It fits you better, you know, playing Gizmo.
Yeah, I think so. Gizmo is really easy. It's unlike Luna. You have some cheesy spots where you can actually do some lineups. And especially now, Tarung Valhalla probably has Just Juice on their radar. And now, Just Juice has been taken down, and the M82 sniper rifle goes down to the hands of Tarung Valhalla. Your boys are making a play. This is very good for Zankan, ladies and gentlemen, because his team.
Oh, you act like I put money on them, bro. I'm just objectively talking about the game now. But okay, Tarung Valhalla getting Just Juice out of the match. I'll take it now. There's only Tarung, EVOS, and ROG that the last teams that still have 3 players on their team right now. Mandelbrick, 1 minute and 50 seconds counting down. It's gonna be a tough or a tight always fight, close combat quarters that is going to, you know, decide where is this match is going to be finished. And now Endau trying to, you know, make some spaces towards the lobby because Tarung is also going to play the same thing. I think it's gonna be, you know, kind of sketchy for ROG because they're gonna be holding 6 players, although.
Greco here's EVOS going in. But EVOS is trying to play it a little bit more safe. Prab actually is preparing for that angle where Greco is about to peek. But now Greco tries his best to actually find another spot to be able to seize the Mandel break. But now Arai goes down to the hands of Control Z. Control Z continues on but gets dropped down by Greco. Image is the last man standing outside. But now ROG is still having the Mandel break and EVOS is almost wiped out. As Endog falls to the ground on the heads of Image. What is happening? EVOS down to 1 player. Prab is the only one, but he gets thrown down to the ground by Onyx Guzman from out of nowhere. From the outside, he flanks in and takes down EVOS, takes down Prab, and EVOS is out. Now Tarung with 16 seconds remaining on the Mandel break. They couldn't find it. Is this going to be ROG's game? 7 seconds on the decoding station. They need to do something. Tarung, Onyx tries to do something, but ROG walks out of the Space City map with 2 Mandel breaks, and that is it for our Group B standings. Oh my god, what a dramatic events happening on this last 8 minutes of the game. Tarung Valhalla has been wiped off again by Flanker. Unfortunately, this is the end of the match, where ROG successfully get their 2. They got the 2 Mandel breaks.
How is that possible for ROG holding 3 teams at a time? What a play from them. I think it's one of the scariest teams I've ever seen in my entire operation sightseeing, you know.
Which is only this one.
Which is not only this one, you know what I'm saying? This season from the last past third parties tournament or the Delta Force National Championship Season 2, and now the champion has been determined. Olu, congratulations to Team ROG topping this Group B. They were close to get come back by Flanker, obviously, for the 35 total score, but the way they fight for their Mandel bricks is crazy good. But as what Olu just said in the first phase of the match, you said that the team who, you know, decode the Mandel brick first eventually is being the team that the last man standing is, and it happened again. M5, maybe they have their hands first on the Mandel brick, but they, you know, they don't actually get the last man standing position, and now the last man standing position plus the champion has a reign on Group B for the ROG again. Olu, what do you think?
Well, I mean, ROG probably has a lot of scrims, has done a lot of preparation for that particular decoding station over in the Black Chamber. They seem very cohesive in each every one of them in holding their angles towards that particular Mandelbrick. They seem to be they seem to have prepared everything, every possibilities with every operators. They think they could have it because the Mandelbrick itself actually drops down in front of buoyancy, but then they take it out and went into the Black Chamber one, because they know that if they have the Mandelbrick and they decode it on the Black Chamber one, they are ready for every angle that the other teams are going to push. And it shows how they are very solid in defending every single angle that the other teams might have to push in. And as we see, EFOS got wiped. You know, M5 in the beginning was wiped by ROG, and then Tarung Valhalla and also Onyx went in, but they couldn't have enough time. And also, yeah, I mean, it's just an issue of preparation, really. They really prepared for that particular Mandelbrick station, which shows they are very good. And this is a truly showing of a dominance reigning in both groups, you know. Last week, on week 1, Na'Vi actually tops their group with decoding 2 Mandelbricks. And also, ROG tops their group by actually having the most points, right? So, this is a true showing that they are actually the the 2 best teams out of the 12 teams that are actually competing right now. From what you have seen today, Zanken, is operations really, you know, it has an engaging fight. What do you think about the fights that we had, especially the Mandelbrick ones?
Talking about engaging fight in operations, I mean, comparing it to Warfare wouldn't be fair because Warfare is just W's, and there will be 1 and 2 things that you have to anchor and hold your bodies, hold your angles. But in operations, as a viewer and a player for the, you know, the first phase, the early games, the first 5 minutes or 10 minutes of the game is gonna be boring us. You know, it's you have to be fair about it. Somehow it's gonna be boring, but in the last 10 minutes or in the mid game or even the end game, eventually you're gonna take your hands onto the Mandelbrick, and there's where the, you know, engaging fights, the brutality of close quarter combats is really going to get show off. And I think it's quite amusing for me to watch this together with you. The operations over us, so much engagement, so much confrontation, so much approach to the Mandelbricks or the loots, to the flanks, the rotation. It's really amusing to watch. And maybe I'm kind of more interested now to this scene because the way they, you know, they play as a team, as a hive mind, is really intrigued me to, you know, watch more and even play more. What about you?
Well, we have successfully turned the heel on Zanken to go to play operations now. And I love to hear that, actually, because the fights of the Mandelbricks are really good. And as we see right now on the highlights, how Team ROG could withstand the rush in from a lot of other squads. You know, four squads try to push into them, but now they have survived onto all of the engagement that they have. And right now we are seeing on the overall leaderboard, ROG, of course, with their 2 Mandelbricks and 43 points with 29 kill points, have reigned supreme on Group B. And this is exactly what you said it was. It is going to be a real good and entertaining matches that we saw, and we just got that. Every group has ended on the game 5 now, because we had Navi finishing off the game 5, and now we have ROG also finishing off in game 5, and that shows that some of these teams that are playing right now really have that grit to actually win the game. And one more thing that I want to ask you, but we
Sorry
have
to cut you off, but on the scoreboard, do you see Sunny side up X right there?
No.
Do you see Sunny side up X? The 0 point for M5 is absolutely. I don't know. I don't know what to say or what word you could describe it for the reigning champions. Or what is wrong? What happened?
Well, it also happens on the last group, right? Where some of the other teams that are competing, we could try to break it down to a positioning issue. We could break it down to the timing issue, but again, I still think that when it is up for grabs, when the money is up for grabs, when it's the tournament time, mentality is key. And I think M5 kind of lost confidence for a lot of things that they do in this match, right? And I feel like you need to have that grit, the same as Navi, the same as RRQ, the same as the other teams that are reigning champions. They are dominating in these groups to be able to actually compete. But right now, we are going to take a short break for you guys. After this, we are going to the big band phase. So I'll see you guys in a bit.
The AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data... This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed. You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Welcome back, operators, to, of course, the Delta Force National Championship Season 3 SEA. What a match. What a Group A and a Group B match we had today, Zanken. Well, I couldn't agree more with you that these teams are probably one of the best teams that are going to go in and compete for that prize pool and for that glory and that slot to go into the POC and then to the DFI. I think we have a lot of things to talk about, but as a result for today, we already know that the last week's actual placement match is still the same teams on the top two here right now. It's Navi and ROG Community ID is still going to be the teams that are going to be on top of those two groups leaderboard. Now, some of the things that are in the format is actually letting the first and the second top team to pick and ban their opponents. Looking at the groups and looking at the matches we saw today, who do you think Navi and ROG is going to pick first? It could be from both groups actually. So you can, even if you are Group A, you can pick teams from Group B to play in your group, or you can switch groups to the other one. So it is between those two. Who do you think Navi is going to pick, and who do you think ROG is going to pick?
Probably Navi is still gonna pick the flanker, ban the flankers. I think it's gonna be one of the most logical decisions they could have made. And for the bans, probably on the flankers. For the picks, I mean, I think it's either pick M5 or Executor. I think for me, based on the based on what we've seen, I think M5 is just playing with, I think me and Olu can top them, I'm not saying anything. But me, Olu, and one other person, or even a stick of a tree can. It seems like I'm roasting the M5, but no, I know them like they're the reigning champions. They, you have to admit that they're the reigning champions of operations. But what they've shown me today for 5 consecutive matches, 5 consecutive maps, I don't think they're so different with the Red Squad that we've seen on Tight Prison and Zero Day maps on public. But what is going on their mind? Like, I can't even understand. Okay, changing to the right side, which is ROG. Maybe they gonna.
Okay.
Maybe they gonna.
Let's go to ROG.
ROG is probably banning RRQs. Probably they gonna ban RRQ again. Making them more safe spaces, and maybe picking Tarung Valhalla.
Okay, they want to save Tarung Valhalla. Why do you think that could be the possible options for ROG again?
I mean, Tarung Valhalla has been an free points for the other team, the way they TP one another, but in the bottom of my heart, I still root for them. They're my boys, man. They have Valhalla on their names, even though we are collabing, but Valhalla is still Valhalla. But what they've shown me today is just combination of lack of preparation and unluckness. I seem not to bias, but I cannot see that they're lack preparation that much. I think they have much preparation as well, but their lack of luck, every time they try the third party, every time they want to engage on gunfight that has already been going, they're gonna end up as the one who get demolished first. I don't know why, but it just happened on 5 consecutive maps, excluding the Tight Prison. But what do you think? What's the Navi and ROG going to ban and pick from your point of view?
Navi is kinda actually good if they want to play in the Group B side of things. Actually, they could try to go into Group B, and ROG community. Okay, let's just stick to the teams. Okay, let's just stick to the teams. Navi, I think they are going to pick M5. I'll take a different path. Okay, I take a different path. I want Navi to actually pick Tarung Valhalla as their opponents, and also banning RRQ from their team. I think that's going to be their picks. While ROG community, I think they might pick M5 again. Honestly, because they picked M5 previously on the week 1. Well, on the placement match, it's a great pick. It's a great pick. Well, and they are. I think they are going to blend Flanker this time, because Flanker showed up and become, their #1 contender. As for RRQ, also being the #1 contender for Navi, and I think they are going to ban those both teams. Well, the other ones, I'm pretty sure. Like, Onyx could have done something better if they are playing in Group A. You can switch that into Executor or maybe RBN, ROG. And I think, like, Onyx and Tarung Valhalla has a little bit of a similarity on the term, on the term of the unlucky part.
Yep.
Because Onyx has the potential. We are saying, we are talking about the teams that were on the top of the leaderboard for the DFNC Season 2, by the way. They were there. And across other tournaments, they were there to compete. And I think it was just unlucky for them to actually have a bad game in this particular match. And EVOS, also one of the tournament favorites, didn't really show up into the Mandelbrick fights. They were very late onto the Mandelbrick, and I want to see more of them in the next upcoming week. Maybe with the changes on the groups, it will be more sophisticated, I would say, to actually play the game. And I want to look at on the other side of things. For EWG and M5, they really need to step up their game. I don't know what has to be changed. I don't know whether or not they still have the mentality to go on to the next week, but I don't want to see them go out just yet. I want to see them fight for that Mandelbrick. As for we saw M5 on that tier 1 spawn at that last game, they actually took the Mandelbrick fight, but unfortunately ROG was there to contest them, and they instantly got wiped and out of the lobby again. Yeah, I think those are the things that I really want to see. And I think we are going to see the
ban and pick
match, the ban and pick results from the actual teams themselves. I think it's still going to be M5 and a couple of our prediction is going to be correct. And as we see right now, Navi is actually still going to be doing the same thing. Actually, yeah. Oh, Executor is going to go ahead and go to Group B. While now, EVOS is going to fight their way onto Group A. They did the same thing they did in week 1.
Same exact thing. Yeah. It's gonna be the same exact thing. And
like I told you before.
Flanker again. Yep. It's exactly the same thing. Exactly what you told me before. ROG is going to face Flanker, and also Navi is going to face RRQ again. Now EWG getting picked by Navi, and also ROG, another pick for M5, the greatest pick of the year probably, getting picked again by ROG. Now GTS, EVOS, and ROG now gonna get their places together on the Group A, and now Onyx is going to face Executor and Tarung Valhalla. What do you think about these groups?
Yeah, I think EVOS is going to do great. They are probably going to contest RRQ most of the time, and Navi also have another contender to fight for that Mandelbrick, while Executor, even though they didn't show up that great on this on that previous Group A matches, I think they could do quite well, especially going against Tarung and Onyx. I think they have a really passive playstyle, but they can show us some rat gameplays over in Group B, just like what Flanker does. So I think it's going to be very interesting to watch Executor going to Group B and EFOS actually going to Group A. And I think GTS versus EFOS will also be another fun part in Group A actually. And now we are going to
the global standing.
group standing. Yep. As Navi and ROG is on the top 1 and top 2 with full 10 points. Flanker and RRQ on the 3/4, and EFOS and GTS of course in the 5th and 6th. Onyx, RBN also in the 7th and 8th. Tarung, Executor on the 9th and 10th, and EWG and M5 in the last 2 spots. And I think Navi and ROG completely destroyed everyone on their group. Flanker and RRQ still a huge threat to the number 1 in each respective group. EFOS and GTS I think could have a chance to actually fight for that Mandel bricks, while Onyx, I want to see Onyx actually rise up a little bit, because I think Onyx has a really good players, and I want to actually see them play the game as how they actually scrims. And I think it's just a pure unluck for today. What do you think?
Yeah, I can see the same exact opinion as yours. I really want to see Onyx and Tarung and also ROG to stand up and make some momentums. And on the other side, I think EFOS and GTS must play more of their momentums. As we can see, they trying to fight more third parties. They try to get their hands on the Mandel brick, but not quite sure how they keep losing them, excluding the part of either ROG or the Navi keep getting on their way. But it's still a really big chance, more than 50%, that next week maybe GTS and EFOS could also give us another epic moment, just like what ROG, Flanker, Navi, and RRQ did this match that particular day. But once again, as we can already saw on the group standing, the main leaderboard, we can see M5, 1 match played and 1 score. You don't make that face. Don't make that face. Olo don't make that face.
I'm not making any faces. I'm not making any faces.
Don't make that face, bro. M5, reigning champion. How come? What's the football terminology for this, man? What is the football terminology of someone who is reigning champion getting dropped down to the bottom of the hill, just like this? It's
Tottenham Hotspur. But anyways, I think it is a conclusion for this week. It has been a blast on the mobile side or in the PC side. We know the teams are going to get better, going to up their game for the next week. Of course, we want to see more action going on, more Mandel brick fights, and it is going to be the end of week 1, and we are going to see you guys in week 2. And yeah, we'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.